Echo to the left a bit. Just arrange yourself. Did you manage to arrange the seats? Shall we start? Valencia has a technical. Please don't step on the tables. Could you pass the microphone to Valencia? Because otherwise I won't hear it.
From Valencia, in the ordinance to here 2 more chairs. There is 2 more chairs in this area. There are for no one, and we really don't have the space. If organizers could remove it.
Okay, and they will. Okay, so welcome. I'm opening the session with my hammer. First, I would like to announce that we have some people joining us already from a few days ago, but especially today. So I would like these people to stand up. And I would like the microphone carriers to pass the microphones. And please say your name, your LVG, or the group that you're representing, and your favorite fruit. Fruit, favorite fruit.
Recording. Hey, I'm Piotr. I arrived yesterday. I'm here as part of the BEM, so the previous board. But I come from Gdańsk for real. Okay, we can work on that. And what was my favorite fruit? I don't know. Maria is saying strawberry. Okay, that's just enforcing that stereotype. I will say strawberry.
Thank you, Piotr. Could you pass the microphone to the blonde girl?
You look nice.
Thank you.
Are you ready to?
Okay. I already was in this word.
Yeah, I will say.
It's on.
I mean, now?
It's on.
No, okay. So, as I said, I arrived 2 days ago, and I already presented some stuff. My name is Vika, I'm from the bank, and from the weekend. And my favorite fruit is... ananas. It's pineapple, ananas in most other languages.
Thank you, Vika. Could you pass the microphone? There? It's done, okay.
Hello, are you here? I am Anna from Grant's working group, And my favorite fruit is watermelon.
Thank you, Anna.
Yes. My name is Nuno. I come from Porto, and I'm representing STEAM, European Students of Industrial Engineering and Management. I just arrived yesterday, and my favorite food is Portuguese tortilla.
Welcome, Nuno. Okay. Happy has a technical.
Okay. That beamer is freezed like 2 minutes ago. Can you somehow fix it?
Looks like we have several technical problems today, but I would suggest that we are starting with the summary of the day already. So I would like to invite Joe. Oh, it's fixed. Thank you.
Can I get the mic? Oh.
Yes. Is it working? No. Are you working?
Yes, that's the wrong.
Okay, go. So you can take this one, I guess, just in case. So let's go for the summary of the day. We did that summary previous days. So now we get twice the dose. Let's start. So on the second day, so summary of the second day, obviously, we had nominations for the boards. Then we had public websites with Oscar. Then we had the best budget by Patrick. Project approach. Best Universal Project by Doc. Membership introduction. The nursing presentation. Observers. Then a presentation by our observer group in Sparta. And for Baby's Full, we had Alex. Oops. Is that going to be here? Yeah. Still on my part. Then we had a local events education presentation with Christina. And then we had the commissions before the committee and actual reports. We had by ER structure, Matthew and Top. And the presentation for 2005 by aGAinBucharest. Then we had Mateusz presenting this. And we had and then to finish today, we had the only session, Expediting with Alumni, which is always cool, I guess. And then we had the 25th anniversary party. Well, this slide looks like a mess, that doesn't matter. And that's it. And I think that's all for summary. There was also FPGA, it's copy edition, apparently. And that will be all. How do you get you? So now let's go for the three. Okay, now day 3. Nomination confirmations. It should happen at the same time, but anyway, timeline is changed. Then we had discussion groups and trainings. This slide is quite low fidelity anyway. Then we had the market research presentation. Then we had the committee and action reports that we did Tuco. Then EC. Then printing, IDC, marketing, and Tigro. And then, well, we had and then thank you, I guess, for everyone that's for the commission. So. Then we had the 10 Korean speeches. And the hammer finally got stolen, so that was pretty cool, finally. And now we have to use the banana, as you might recall. And that's it.
Thank you, Joe. 1, 2, 3. Is there anything else? Okay.
Well, so announcements. Uppsala took this morning. They're very glad to be here, and I thank you all for your company. As a mascot, cell sign or well, French press can be changed for French pieces. So let's say someone over there be great to do those you. Alex, well, for the collection, you should come to her. She knows what to tell you. Also, Alexa is providing haircuts along with Marlies. Yeah. So don't fall asleep because you'll get a new haircut. Probably don't want that, I would say. So there are my so. Where are you? So this is for the gentleman there. So this might happen during the break. So you'll see. Then for my show, this notebook disappeared. So if you it's green, that I think you can provide more information at some point, but then it's disappeared. So if you find it, let me know. During the international evening, Maribor's flag got stolen, so that kind of sucks. So if you find it, if you have it, or if you have some kind of ransom note or whatever, let them know. You can contact them to the mailboxes. Also, yesterday, when I was dancing, my band and crew holding got abducted. I'm kind of expecting to get some kind of ransom note, because I'd really hate to lose it, especially in these events. So, if anyone knows anything or like to humiliate me in public in this spot, please let me know. I'll be glad to do it. Whatever. And that's it.
Now, announcements from the organizers.
Hello. So we only have one announcement for this morning, because we will come back before lunch with more announcements regarding what happens tomorrow. This is not about your deposits or anything that we will discuss later on. This is about security. I don't know if you already saw in the morning there was someone from the police at the entrance. The thing is that right next to this hotel, there's a building from from National Security. It has camera all around, and they came to us and gave us last warning. They saw people making love on the beach just yesterday night. They saw people with the beers open on the street, and they told us they will start giving fees. The smallest one is 50 euro for having an open bottle of alcohol in your hand on the street. So there's that. Please stay at the hotel or behave outside the hotel, because we can't help you with this. It's about police, it's about national security, and really there's nothing we can do if you get in trouble with them. Is it clear for everyone? Okay. More announcements and questions if you have, we will come back before lunch. So you can continue now.
Thank you, Jacob. For the first presentation about Erasmus Plus opportunities, I would like to invite Anna.
Hello again, I'm Anna, and I'm delivering this presentation about Erasmus Plus opportunities for them on behalf of Birds Working Group.
All right, we had a action work.
So, by working close with the treasurer, Birds Working Group provides support to them by providing financial resources via grants. Also, we support LBGs in what concerns grant application, and we prepare supporting materials about funding programs, which you can find on Planetary. Erasmus Plus is the new European Union program for education, training, Youth and Sport. It was launched this year and it will last until 2020, with a total budget of almost 15 billion euro for this 7-year period. This program brings 7 existing European programs implemented by the European Commission into a single coherent framework. And by creating a single integrated program, the aim is to achieve a greater systemic impact. All West countries are eligible for this program. However, the LPGs from the partner countries can only apply for some actions, and they are subjected to some specific criteria and conditions. This is the structure of Erasmus Plus program. There are 3 main key actions. The first one is for learning mobility of individuals. Key action 2 focuses the cooperation for innovation and exchange of good practices. And key action 3 targets support for policy reform. All these actions have sub-actions with different priorities and specific objectives. That's why the calls for applications are sent for sub-actions. Also, there are 2 more specific actions, Jean Monnet and Sport, but in general, best projects do not fit into them.
Like this?
Erasmus Plus offers opportunities for youth, education, and training. Some of its specific objectives are to improve the level of key competences and skills for young people, also to promote intercultural dialogue, to enhance the international dimension of youth activities, and to increase learning mobility opportunities for young people, those active in youth organizations and youth leaders, among others. Grants Working Group has been studying this program, and we have found out that almost all best projects fit into the priorities and objectives of some key actions, and that's why we can apply for funding for all these activities. As you already know, last month, Grants Working Group submitted an application to get an annual operating grant, and we are crossing fingers to obtain up to 50,000 euros, and we will know the results next month. But just before starting thinking about applying for Erasmus Plus, you have to register your LPG, and for that, a legal representative of your association should create an ECAS account. ECAS stands for the European Commission User Authentication Service. And then a PIC number is generated and assigned to your organization. And you have to use it in your this PIC number in your application, and also the PIC numbers of other organizations to identify them as partner organizations in case they take part in your project. That is why BEST needs to know all PIC numbers from all LVGs in order to include you in some future grants applications. As far as I remember, an email was sent already from Grants Working Group to all presidents asking you to register your LVG and to give us your PIC number. But still, almost half of the LVGs didn't do so. So please, when you get the chance, give us your PIC number, please. You can find more information about Erasmus Plus in the European Commission website, where you can find also the full guide with more than 200 pages. Also, you can contact the national agency in your home country, and you can find information and the guidelines for BEST in Grants Working Group Wiki. And we also do the correspondence between some BEST projects and some sub-actions. If you want to know more about grants in general, you can join Grants S. This is an list for grants interested people, and also you can contact the Grants Working Group directly by sending an email to GWG@. Before ending this presentation, I would like to acknowledge all Grants Working Group members, more specifically Maria Stanojevic for attending the Erasmus Plus Info Day in Brussels that took place in February. And she got to know lots of information about Erasmus Plus. Maria Nestovic for coordinating the annual operating grant. And also Patricia for all the collaboration with Grants Working Group and for giving us the opportunity to deliver this presentation and share some information with you. If you have some questions, feel free to ask, and I will do my best and I will try to answer them. Thank you for the invitation.
1, 2, 3. Thank you, Anna. Do you have any questions related to Erasmus Plus opportunities? Ankara?
Hello. I'm Erki from Ankara, and firstly, thank you for your support. Firstly, thank you for your support that you give to LBG. It's really beneficial for us. But I think there is some confusion about Erasmus Plus sections, and I know it is the same for you too. But will there be some mails or online meetings about more, or will we learn about by experience? Just applying and try, or
Sorry.
will there be more informative mails or online meetings about Erasmus Plus sections because I think it is necessary, or will we learn by experience?
Okay, so if you are in Grants Act, I think you already received some.
Yeah, but it wasn't so clear what to apply for which event. There was some confusion.
Okay, so we organized an online meeting with LBGs and we talked about the program. And yes, some events may fit in one action or the other depending also on the topic of the event. I mean, just organizing a course is not enough to make the correspondence between the course and the key action. That's why you also should contact always the national agency of your home country because they are the ones who will evaluate your application then. Okay.
Next question from Eka.
Hi, this is Yaka, and my question is, can students from Russia also apply for the program?
No, I'm not sure. I have to check the guidelines. But in principle, you can only take part as a partner organization. This means that you cannot coordinate one project and send you by yourselves the application, only as partner organizations. And in that case, you should establish a partnership with another entity from another country so they can include you in their application. If you want to get support.
If there are no other questions, then thank you, Anna. Is there a question from Gothenburg?
This is a statement from Mats from Gothenburg. We were supposed to start at 9 today, right? I've been to 4 general meetings now, and this is the worst I've ever seen. Sorry, we need to start behaving. Okay, we were supposed to start at 9. We were starting at 9:30, 9:45. We were 20 people at 9 o'clock in the plenary. Yeah, but we were not here.
Thank you for your comment. So Matt would like to encourage all of us to be on time and respect the ones that are actually making efforts to be here on time so we can start all together. There was a technical from Rome TV.
We don't have the sign, it's gone. Can we take that one, please?
No. Yes, it's on the top. Good. Clement has a backup, so he will bring it to you. Okay. Why the list?
my sign. I'm actually to have a lot of binders here, so I learned from which LPG they are. When we use it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else missing a sign? Thessaloniki, please keep your hands up until I read your name. Liège, Yildiz, Ansan, Bucharest, Brussels, sorry, and Ankara. We have a sign. Could you raise your hands again to check if we got everyone on the list? You're supposed to have at least one sign. So Brussels, right? Brussels ULB, Ansan, Istanbul, Istanbul Yildiz, Liège, and Thessaloniki, and Leicester, and Milan. Okay. Well, as you know, we had to rearrange the plenary last night, so we ask for your patience for replacing your signs. And I also got the information that you haven't received the new version of the schedule, so I would like to go through the block today before lunch because there were some changes. So there was the Erasmus Plus opportunities presentation. Now we will continue with the proposal about growth, and after that it will be probably then EBAC final update, and then a presentation about quality projects. We will end the session by starting reading the motivation letters and CVs of the board candidates. You will receive your schedule during lunch, by lunch. This is the information I received. So now we're moving on to the proposal about growth. So I would like to invite Kat. Meanwhile, if you have your binder that is not on via the list table, it's P20, so you can look it up.
So please find your proposal P20. It's called change the maximum number of acceptable observers per general meeting. And I will explain later on. Better? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. So, what was happening until now with observer groups? How is the selection happening? There are two applications, as you know, there are two application deadlines per year. One is the 1st of July, and the other one is the 1st of December. Then, the International Board is selecting those observer groups based on some guidelines that are voted through the LPGs and based on some of the regulations that exist in the Regulations of Admission and Exclusion. You have the document, Regulations of Admission and Exclusion. You also have it in your binder in the pre-materials section. So until now, regarding the maximum number of observer groups at every given moment, it was supposed to be that it's the maximum. It's the 15% of the number of the full member LPGs that we have. So in case we reach 100 full members, then we can have up to 15 observers at any given moment. Therefore, after the application deadline, the International Board takes the number of currently existing observers and subtracts it from the 15% of full members. Then we can see how many more we can have. For example, if we have 100 full members, then the maximum we can have is 15 observers. And if we already have 5 observers, then the maximum we can accept is 10 observers. I hope it's quite clear. What do we want to change? We want to change this, and we want to introduce a new parameter there. We want to change the 50% as a representative of not the observer, maximum number of observer groups at any given moment, but as a maximum number of groups undergoing nursing processes at any given moment. Meaning that this will take into account observer groups, baby groups, suspended groups, and groups that are under monitoring. Therefore, if we have again 100 full members, 15% of them is 15. We can have up to 15 members of the organization undergoing nursing processes. This means that if we have still 5 observers and 1 baby and 1 suspended and 1 group under monitoring, this would give us room for 7 new observers and not 10. Super. And we can game for super legacy. But what is this 15%? What does this mean? Why do we stick to that? According to our statutes, the 15%, the idea of 15%, is that the maximum number of groups that can influence the situation of the organization is the 15% of them. For example, if we have 50% of groups from one country, then we cannot accept any new full members from this country. This is already in our statutes, and every new member that undergoes the membership process doesn't become a full member. Because it's indicated that it can affect the situation of the organization. So, more than 15% of full members being in the same situation can affect the overall situation of the organization. That 15% for us, according to the previous regulation, that 15% was the number of observer groups. Because this 15% represented 15% of groups that are without knowledge of best, without strong situation, and of groups that needed support. What we have seen this year is that 15% is not only about observers, it's about the groups that are under nursing. Because these 15% are the groups that are requesting support and resources from the organization, and we need to focus on them. So it's not only about the observers, it's about all the groups that are undergoing nursing processes. But why do we want to do that? Why would we like to change it? How would this change affect the current system? First of all, the maximum number would not be any more calculated only judging by the observer groups, but it will be also considering the nursing groups. So it will be considering all the groups that request support from our membership system and that request resources from our organization. Also, this will take into account the current situation of the membership system, meaning that if at a given point our system is working perfectly and we have a lot of groups that are strong and we can take new observers, then it can happen. If at some point we need to focus more on developing the groups that are already facing some problems, then we can take less observers. This also gives us this flexibility of adjusting according to our needs and according to our current resources, according to the nurses that are available. Again, it's not a fixed number. It's not, for example, in the past, there was this regulation that was allowing maximum 3 new observers per application deadline. Now we would like to have a self-adjustment based on the situation, but a realistic self-adjustment. In the end, we believe that this change helps a lot having the stronger connection of the regulations with the current reality of LPGs. Because the LPGs are, a lot of LPGs are in need of support, a lot of LPGs are undergoing nursing processes, and we don't want to put at stake this for having some new observers that potentially would require also help. In the end, we would like to establish a more controlled growth of the organization having new groups, but ensuring that these new groups are not controlled. Ensuring that we can provide to the observer groups and all the other groups under nursing equal support and all the opportunities for growing healthy in the organization. Questions?
And 1, 2, 3. So the proposal again is pre-20.
Everything is quite extensively explained in the proposal, so I would like to read it. And there's an example with numbers.
So do you have any questions about this proposal? Thessaloniki, please stand up.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. I'm Olga from Thessaloniki. Okay. Basically, the question is that with like this way, it is possible for the number to be 0. Correct. So basically, would you consider making it minimum 1? So that, for example, if you have applications from a really, really strong university or a really, really strong group, to not exclude it.
So there's another regulation as well that is counting the number of available nurses at every moment. So if in the case that there are available nurses, this can possibly happen. But it also affects the whole membership system, because if you consider that you have 15 groups that are, for example, in the 100 school, that you have 15 groups that are under nursing, one more group that is observer, even if it's from a very strong university, can affect the quality of the whole system. In those cases, there is also this regulation now, which can affect the system. In those cases, what is the suggested procedure is to keep in contact with that group and to provide them some support and request them and encourage them to apply in the next application process, so 6 months afterwards. If we put a minimum of 1, then in the regulations there would be this possibility of that we are accepting minimum 1 observer per every application deadline, which puts the danger of having to accept 1, even though maybe there are not enough quality applications.
When I said minimum 1, I said not let this number drop under 1.
Extra Joe, and after that Ansta.
Hi, good morning. XXXIII here. Looking at the board annual action report, it's possible to see that the board actually received 5 applications for observer groups and only accepted 1. So if the board already has the option of evaluating the situation and deciding whether or not to take the observer applications, why is this regulation so needed, given that there is already the opportunity to evaluate the situation from the board? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. This is a very valid point. Right now, according to the regulations, the board is evaluating only regarding the application of the group. So the guidelines that exist for observer selection are taking into account only the applications from the group. So indeed, if there is no quality application that reaches the quality standards from the observer to selection that is in the regulations of admission and exclusion, the board can do that. But the current situation of the membership system and the current nurses are not indicated and are not taken into account in this procedure. So we can take 1 or 0, for example, but only based on the quality of the application.
Ansta, and after that Colin.
Dorian from Ansta. One of the proposal was to go back to 3 application maximum. Isn't there a big gap between 15%, which is also more than 10 because we've already some monitoring, and 3, and if we want to reduce growth, but see that it will happen, maybe it's going to be 15% or something before after.
So if I understood correctly, you are asking why we are not going back to 3?
No, between 3 and 15%, which makes 15, you have 12 observer group difference, which makes a lot of observer groups. If we want to reduce the pace of growth,
things because given with regulation or laws, while three is like really
Okay, thank you. So this three was in the alternatives part. It was what was existing in the past. Before 2010, there was a maximum of 3 observer groups per application period that could be accepted. Then this number was raised to 15% observer groups. So 15% observers. Right now, what we are suggesting, proposal, is to have 15% groups under nursing. This doesn't mean that we will have 3 or 4 or 5 or 15 observers. This means that, for example, if there are 11 groups under nursing, we will be able to accept 4 observers.
And after that, we
Okay, from Tallinn. From the proposal, it seems like the actual problem is lack of stable and good nurses. So how is this proposal going to help with that?
It's indeed a problem that there are not enough LPGs that are available to nurse and that are available and willing to nurse. So we would like to not put more stress on finding new nurses for new groups unless you have ensured that we are already working with the nursing that already exists. So at this point, and as you might see in the last part of the consequences, what we're suggesting is that the next international board will evaluate this the implementation of this regulation in the next 2 application periods, and they will evaluate again and present their outcomes in the next general meeting. So we will see if it actually had an influence in the whole nursing system and observer selection, because in the observer selection for sure it will have, but how it impacts also the nursing system, and what were the outcomes learned in that part.
clarification from Tallinn.
Jorgen from XXXIII. So you're saying that the groups who are giving a nurse are selected before we accept the observer group?
The groups that are under nursing will be taken into consideration. So what is there under nursing? For example, the observer group selection deadlines. First of them is 1st of July, so it's after GA. So you will already know if there are new babies, some observer that has already became baby, some group that is suspended, for example. And the other one is 1st of December, so it is after PM when this membership change is happening.
Louis, and after that, Extravian.
I'm and as every decision has both good sides and bad, we have got a lot of good products of it. And what is bad sides of this proposal in your opinion, or is perfect?
Yeah, there is nothing perfect, indeed. I don't know how it will affect, and we can see the results. A possible danger I can foresee is that there are LPGs that are willing to nurse, but the current system doesn't allow them, for example. But I don't really think it's the case at this moment. As we have seen in the recent years, there is less and less LPGs that are willing to do that. Another danger that I could foresee also is having 5 strong applications and being able to accept, for example, only 1 of them or 2 of them. But then we have to evaluate if this is actually a problem or not.
Extravian.
Before, when you were answering Joao's question, you mentioned that one of the problems was that when you are accepting observer group, you're only considering how strong their application is.
Regulation.
Yeah. And then why don't you adapt these guidelines and rules so you can also take in consideration the situation of the organization itself instead of making a new rule in the statute, because this way it seems less flexible, and we're always talking about flexibility and making it better this way.
Thank you, Ian. First of all, it's not in the statutes, it's regulations of admission and exclusion. And the second thing is that we would like the observer selection to be as much objective as possible. and to be able to be evaluated also by the LPGs, how it is being happening. That is another reason that we report about this in our annual action report. And if it is completely in the flexibility of each international board, then this could be probably not consistent between the different international boards.
And the last question from Naples.
Hello, Mario from Naples. We have been a nurse of LPG Messina some years ago, and thanks to this experience, we understood that if a group becomes server, already fulfill some important criteria, so already has a decent economic situation, good relationship with university, and all the other criteria. So basically we understood that you don't need really an entire LPG to be nurse, but one person usually is enough to give advice and call. So since we have a lot of international roles, coordinators and so on, isn't it better to develop an angel system giving to single person this role?
Thank you, Mario. Maybe in some cases this is the case. I don't know if other LPGs that have nurse observers agree with you. This is something that the whole organization should agree with. But this is considering a whole new system of membership. So I cannot evaluate it right now, and I think it's not really connected to this proposal, but it's something that is worth taking into consideration. If you want to make a change in the future, then it's a point that can be discussed and should be discussed if you think that it's important.
The questions for the question time is up, and we don't have any more questions on the list. If you still want to have some clarification about this proposal, there will be a Q&A binder session, so you will be able to ask that. Thank you very much for the presentation. I was requested to have a wake-up game, so I would like to invite LPG Helsinki in the middle.
Good morning, people. So, I am Nikas from Helsinki, and I learned this wake-up game in the ritual meeting in Tallinn, like a few weeks ago. So first I would like you to stand up and take as much space around you as possible. Okay, the game is quite simple. There's a story, and I would like you to repeat after me. Hi, my name is Joe.
Hi, my name is Joe.
I have a house and a wife and a family. I work every day in the button factory. One day, my boss came to me and said, Joe, are you busy? I said no. So I pushed every button with my right hand. Okay, good. Okay, let's start. So repeat with me. Hi, my name is Joe.
Hi, my name is Joe.
I have a house and a wife and a family.
I have a house and a wife and a family.
I work every day in a button factory.
I work every day in a button factory.
One day, my boss came to me and said, Joe, are you busy? I said no.
Joe, are you busy? I said no.
So I pushed every button with my right hand. Okay, now with me. Hi, my name is Joe. I have a house and a wife and a family. I work every day in the button factory. One day, my boss came to me and said, Joe, are you busy? I said no. So I pushed every button with my left hand.
I have a house and a wife and a family. I work every day in the button factory. One day, Mama said to me, said, "Joe, are you busy?" I said, "No." So I pushed everyone with my right hand. Hi, my name is Joe. I have a house and a wife and a family. I work every day in the button factory. One day, my boss came to me and said, "Joe, are you busy?" I said, "No." So I pushed every button with my left hand. Hi, my name is Joe. I have a house and a wife and a family. I work every day in the button factory. One day, my boss came to me and said, "Joe, are you busy?" I said, "No." So I pushed every button with my hand. My name is Joe. I have a house and a wife and a family. I work every day in the button factory. One day, my boss came to me and said, "Joe, are you busy?" I said, "No." So I pushed every button with my hand. Okay, so let's continue. Oh, fuck you.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. Now we're moving on to the next presentation about Probit. I would like to invite Prim.
Thanks for the welcome team. My name is Dadula. So hi, my name is Tri. I'm a Duco delegate. And on behalf of the Duco, I will present the partnership that we have with Probit, or ProVIP as the partners in the network called. I need a clicker as well. Thank you. It's not working?
Well, not sure. Right. Wait, it's here. That's, no? So the arrows and to work. How is it up?
Okay,
So, what is ProVIP? ProVIP is an abbreviation for promoting virtual mobility and placements. And as you have probably heard, it's a thematic network. What is a thematic network? It's a network to gather partners, which are universities, higher educational institutions, companies, and other organizations that are valid. In our case, there are two student organizations. One of them is BEST, other is ISEC. We have 4 corporate partners in the network and 9 higher education institutions. And the coordinating body is the university called KU Level. What is the concept? What is the network about? It's a network to unite companies, students, and universities in order to improve virtual internships as a concept itself. And through that, the main goal is to enhance the working experience that the students can have and also the knowledge. So what's happening? Up until now, we have been together working on a platform which is now in running its first stage. It's called Pathway, and it's meant to actually provide a platform that virtual internships could come to. It's meant to enhance the communication, sharing, also for students saving money, and promote the internationality for the internships. Externally, webinars, meetings, and conferences are held in order to actually promote this platform for the external bodies, for them to get involved in this and have a strong network that would actually provide these internships for the students and for the students to get to know about this platform. Generally, we are a part in their online meetings. We are providing feedback, input. Also, we are taking part in their private partner meetings, and we are communicating via email as well. We are writing papers, also reporting about the involvement in this process, and giving feedback, as I mentioned. So, what about those papers and reports that I mentioned? So, we, as a partner in this network, are supposed to organize 2 educational events. One to gather input, and one to disseminate the platform. Last year, we organized Banco de Bishara, which is best academics and companies, and main topics were virtual internships and entrepreneurship. And this year, we are organizing Banco in Basque. The coordinator of the event is already chosen, and the facilitators are beginning to work now. As we speak, I'm here. Yeah, and it takes place starting in June. And the main topics will be virtual mobility, of course, and entrepreneurship. So it's the same. However, the direction is more directed to the dissemination part of the platform and getting the input in order to make the platform known. All right? We have questions.
1, 2, 3. Since we are a bit late, I would only take 2 questions for this topic. So, but please raise your sign if you would like to be one of the 2. You can always contact Clean or Educo during the break.
Indeed, you can contact either the email you can see, which is the official contact person, Clara Montero, or Educo Management in the case of questions regarding any partnerships that we have. Or just approach us during the day, or via email, or whatever choice you have.
So are there any questions?
Thank you very much.
No? Then thank you, Clean. For the next presentation about EBAC final update, I would like to invite LPG Liga.
Okay, before we start, I would like to invite the EBAC team in the middle. Please, guys. Okay, let's start. So we are the 2 LBG region delegates representing the big project we have. I'm Berta, the current VP for HR.
My name is Santa, and I'm logistics responsible.
So, shall we review what has been happened in LBG radio for the last year? Does it work now? Yeah. Okay.
That's good.
So, as of today, we have 92 days left to EBAC final, to the August 1st. As you can see here, this is the schedule. It has not changed much over the last years. We have 4 competition days coming up, as well as official opening and closing days with ceremonies. LBG Riga is a hardworking group consisting of 40 members. We are very active and very efficiently working. We have weekly meetings as well as working groups, and we do a lot of motivational events concerning this project. Here you can see the main people that have been working upon this project. We have the main organizer, Gunta, who unfortunately could not be here today, but that's why I would like to ask you to wave to the camera and say hi, Gunta. Hi. Thank you. So Gunta is the person who leads those 8 people from LBG Riga, and they do great work upon it.
So, we have one synthesized partner so far. They are also providing materials for their task. It's FIMA. We are contacting embassies. We already contacted Polish, Turkish, French, and French Institute, and they're really excited to contribute into the final. And we are contacting institutions. It's Riga City Council, who gave us full support, and Ministry of Culture, and we will have a meeting with Ministry of Education. Grants. Together with the grant working group, we applied for 7 grants. We already received €12,000 from Student Parliament of our university. We are waiting for almost €51,000, and unfortunately we rejected €18,000. Together with the team and our work, we were working on 3 budget scenarios: pessimistic, realistic, and optimistic. We already have half of pessimistic scenario filled, 46% realistic, and 30% optimistic. And we still have 92 days to fill the budget.
Concerning PR and media, we are working hard on getting track analysis. So far we have UNESCO and IPS, as well as rector from our university. And as an hour ago, it was confirmed that also Council of Riga has full participation with this project. Local media is working together with an organization that cares about Riga being the European Capital of Culture this year, and as well the university's marketing department. And I think, as it was already mentioned, the event website is done. It's running through the last feedback rounds, and it will be launched very soon.
Logistics. We have venue for official opening day in the National Library of Latvia, new build. It's located quite close to accommodation and the working venue. And thanks to Ministry of Culture, we will have a discount. And we have latest news from Riga that we also received the venue from our city council for official closing day, absolutely for free, and transportation is free as well. In addition, venue is our Faculty of Architecture and Urban Planning. It's given us from our university, and we also don't have to pay for it. And besides the work, there will be also many different activities.
So to sum up, LBG Riga is very passionate and hardworking, and we will manage this project, and it's going to be amazing because Riga will not itself. Thank you, and we would like to hear your questions.
1, 2, 3. Do you have any questions to LBG Riga related to feedback finals? Amada?
I am Ingrid from LBG Armada. Can you explain for me what type of transportation that is free? Because I didn't understand.
Okay, transportation in like from, for example, from accommodation to the official presentation. Public transportation.
Next question from Košice.
Peter
question 10. You had in your presentation that you're waiting for 50,000 euros. Do you have any certain plan how to get this money? Which is great.
Okay, like we applied for the grants, and we are waiting for them to be approved urgently.
Brussels?
Lawrence from Brussels. Where will the participants meet? Because it wasn't in your presentation.
Yeah. In presentation, we mentioned the places, and the standard is already like hours, and everything is set. Accommodation, we have accommodation, but we are working on prices, and it's 2 minutes from working day.
Are there any questions to Rika? And Langen?
Robert from Aachen and Erlangen. Can you hear me? Yes. Can you elaborate on the budget, because on the optimist, like on the slides you showed something about the optimistic approach, and still probably you should clarify, or it's a question I don't know, because on the optimistic approach there was still like missing 30% of the budget.
As I mentioned, we have 3 scenarios. Optimistic one is where we have like almost all grants accepted, and we have money, and we can spend some extra. And now we have only 31% of this amount. Was it a question?
Brother?
So it's coming from Brussels. Yeah, and because as I understood, you hope to get all this money from grants. What would happen if you don't get these grants? What if you're going to get this money from the savings or maybe from the other places? What would happen?
First, we're not hoping to get all the money from grants, because we have also category partners. We have our university and food, and yeah, we have Riga Council support, which is like new, who will provide us place for official closing day, for example, for free, transportation for free, so it's pessimistic scenario.
And the fundraising doesn't cover only grants. We are collaborators of thinking as well.
Patrick would like to add something?
Patrick from the board. I would like to mention that also FinTeam is fundraising for EBAC. So FinTeam is supporting the organization of EBAC Final. So we are also fundraising for Team Design and Team Study partners, and the process is going quite well.
Thank you, Patrick. If there are no other questions, then thank you very much for the presentation, LBG Riga. I would like to ask Adam to take the original place. No?
Ask him.
Okay, he is working. I was just not informed. Okay. Presentation will be about quality project. So I would like to invite Pedro.
Okay. First of all, I want to ask Clement, Irini, Jacobo, and that was done. And that's all.
While we are joining, I would like to ask the organizers to turn on the air conditioning in the room if it's not turned on. Thank you.
And one more artist, Farooq, can you join us? Yeah, you, Farooq. Quality project. Quality project was created to support one of the EC's functions, that is to develop the quality of external events. For that, we developed several activities. One of them was Green Apple, which developed some of the stuff we can find these days in the Valiant book. But currently, the most famous thing we've been working on is Red Apple. So, the thing is, in EC summer meeting, we realized that quality project was only about Red Apple. And we figured out that a project needs to be to have a purpose, to have a direction, to have a goal. For that, we need to work. So what did we do? We went for input. We looked for input from our best. We gathered that input. We gathered some people in a scene in Paro, and we worked for 3 days on developing a direction for quality, for developing something that would be sustainable, something that would allow us to develop the quality of our courses in a more consistent way. So this was us working there in Paro, and the result was we developed different focus areas, which might not be incidental, but essentially are about improving the student evaluation, improving customer support and helpdesk for the students, develop the course information part, which will come to you very soon, to improve the certificate use, and develop a certification system. In fact, you had a discussion group about this in DGM, adjust working hours, improve mentoring, develop course designation, and improve account validation procedure, which is also happening. We also had some activities for that in regional meetings. So, if any of you are interested in this part, in work on this, we can look at it in the report, which is still quite completed already on the MPA. And further actions, further activities will be developed in EC interested in that. If you want to work on that, just join the mailing list and maybe take a task or two. And that's all. Questions?
1, 2, 3. Thank you, Pedro. So now we are taking questions regarding the quality project. Again?
Hello, Andreas from Bank. I just wondered, you made this report about things that should be shared for quality control of the certain events, right? Okay, Andreas from Ghent. So you made this report. Will anything of this be implemented next year?
Yes, the report details actions and a timeline for implementation for the next year and a half, which will be implemented by hopefully the next DC marathon.
Okay.
Are there any other questions to Pedro? Axel Thomas?
Extra Thomas, a lot of the outcomes I saw are done by ECS, your external event committee. Are also the outcome useful for other services we provide in this? And I saw that most of the participants on this thing were people coming from external events committee. But a lot of the events are also organized by other committees. Are these outcomes also useful for them?
Thank you for the question. Mostly in this case now, the action will focus on courses, Initially, we wanted to approach competitions too, but due to unavailability of people to be present there, we decided not to take the approach because we didn't have the required expertise to produce the results. So we only approached courses.
Next question from Prakash. Please stand up.
I would like to ask you, do you think about making webcam more attractive? Because at the moment, just think about, for example, making this LPG famous of providing free services or something like that.
Thank you for the question. Yes, the contact factor was a discussion group in the president speaking where we approached that with our input from knowledge. As I mentioned in the annual action report presentation, we could not reach a proper model. This policy in particular did not approach Red Apple, it approached alternative ways to improve quality of Red Apple. Currently, the work that we did for Red Apple, the input correction and some of the work we developed in the meeting is available. It's a loss. We could not reach a conclusion, but I expect that hopefully, possibly, some meaningful independent next management will be able to take next steps forward.
Since there are no other questions on the list, thank you very much, Pedro. The rest of the session will be already related to the candidate speeches that will start after the coffee break. And now I'm going to make a short introduction. So, can you hear me? Oh, it's so weird to be here. Okay. Is it better? Or should I change the microphone? Okay. So now I will give an overview on the process, like where we are regarding the election. Can I get another? Now it's working. Great. So we already passed nomination and confirmation, as you noticed. And we will move to the session of reading motivation letters and CVs. And after that, after the coffee break, the speeches will start. And on the last day, during the voting, you will have the chance to elect the next board of BEST. So, you already received the CVs and motivation letters. I would like to recap what can you find in those documents. First, in the candidate CV, you receive personal information about them, their education, their non-tax related activities, and in some cases even about their hobbies. You can also read about a summary about their local involvement, international involvement, and the internal and external events that they are attending. You also receive their motivation letter. In the motivation letter, you can, of course, read their motivation, a summary of their past in BEST, and you can read about their future plans. So in the next session, you will have the chance to recap all those information that are already available in the printed version for you. And this is something that your LBG members will be able to read as well, because it will be uploaded to private area. After that, the speeches will take place, and each candidate will have exactly 7 minutes to present themselves for you. If there are more than one candidate for the position, they will present themselves in a random order. Joe will randomize this order. And after that, during the questions round, they will switch who starts answering the question if the question addresses all candidates. So this is how we try to keep it equal. The question and answers session will take place after all speeches were delivered. And a question can be addressed to only one or even more, or one or more candidates. We already scheduled the time frame for the Q&A session, and I wanted to make it visible for you. so you know how much time to expect, how much time you will have for each position. As you can see, we base the calculation on the number of candidates. So this will be, after reading the materials that is already provided to you, the candidate speeches, listening to that, and having the chance to ask questions will be, it's your responsibility and will be your chance to address them with the questions that you want. And regarding to our regulation, it's written that the members of the executive board should be elected based on their responsibility and ability of accomplishing effective work for best. It's the same for the international board. So basically, what I want to highlight that what you need to do with all the available information for you is to decide who is the person who fulfills this criteria. And the full members of our organization, the LPGs, will have the chance to make this decision for the whole organization. So when you want to ask a question, think about what kind of information exactly you want to acquire, what are you seeking for, and first, check if it can be found in the motivation letter or the CV, because it's available for everyone, so we wouldn't want to waste time repeating things. Okay. And you should also know that you have the chance to talk to these people in every break. You already know who confirmed, and after the speech they will be available for you. So think about whether it's a question that should be addressed to the whole plenary, or is it just a clarification, a personal one that you need. As you can see, we have a limited amount of time, so think about your questions in advance. And just already a recap about how it works well. As you can expect, there will be a lot of questions. So make sure that you write your question down, because it may happen that you will have to wait even like 5 minutes until the time that you will actually get the chance to ask your questions. So it's worth writing down. And I know that every one of you is very motivated and excited to ask questions to the candidate, but please respect their speech and only start to raise your sign after their speech. And make sure that actually someone at the board table notes down your finger. So wait for the confirmation that we've written down your wish to ask a question. And make sure that you're listening to other LPG's questions, and if your question is the same, or you feel like you don't want to ask it anymore, then make sure to cut it. Since, especially during this Q&A session, based on my experience, sometimes some sensible questions or topics popping up, or some people don't realize that that question is written in the motivation letter or CV, or it was already asked. So then make sure that you indicate your wish to move on from this topic, or if you don't find the question appropriate. So good luck. I hope the introduction was clear. Wow, so it wasn't. I will return. Bratislava?
Yeah, from Bratislava, I would like to ask you, can you hear me? If we can, or we will receive other CVs and motivational letters, because some of them are missing.
Some of them are missing. Kat, do you have an update on that? We just received the last stack, so we will make sure that you receive it during the break. Thank you for the question. Koshika Kat, who's the next one? Tonika. So it's Milan.
Lisa from Milan. Have the CVs and motivational letter updated, uploaded on the PI?
Yes.
Okay.
Clue?
Can we please have during the break the order of the speeches, as in president, the treasurer, and so on and so forth, so we know how to prioritize the questions?
I'm not sure if I understood your question.
So, in which order will be the speeches? First of all, the president speeches, I thought it was president, then treasurer, and so on and so forth, but I didn't got the chance to write everything down. So I know how to actually prioritize the letters.
The order will be this one? Okay, we can leave it up for a moment. The president, treasurer, and secretary position will take place before lunch. It's scheduled to take place before lunch, and the VPs are scheduled to take place after lunch. To summarize. Okay, thanks. Okay. So now we're moving on to the reading of motivation letter and CV. And I think we will start to distribute the missing ones. But you should know it's an inside plenary session, so the session is still on. You're supposed to stay at your place, start reading the motivation letter. You may silently discuss with your other delegates, but it should be inside the plenary.
Should you to the last row as well? Should you to the last row as well? Like just press them.
Who is missing our pizza? Please, who's missing our pizza? Up
Guys, can I have your attention for a second? So for most of the candidates were distributed at the beginning of the session, but then with the movement, some copies have been misplaced. Can you check that you don't have 2 copies of every candidate? Now we distributed Ardita, Joanna, Fergus, and that's it. So those are the ones that we just distributed, but the other candidates were distributed at the beginning of the session. Not Joanna, Fergus, or Ardita. Those were distributed now, and we took make sure that everybody had a copy. But the other ones were distributed at the beginning of the session. They were on the tables, and maybe some copies have been misplaced when you were moving.
Your time for reading the motivation letters and CVs are up now. You may continue it during the break. Before going to the coffee break, there are some announcements or not. So announcements from Joe.
Okay, announcements. Well, let's do this. So I got some feedback that I was not using any Pokemon joke on this event, so done. So Kaunas, Cruz wants you to go to their table because they have something that's yours. Alexia and Stefan will be outside for the coffee break for the photo session. That photo session for photo collection.
What? Oh, okay. It was a mix, so let's clarify it. Yeah.
Could you pass the microphone to Alexia?
Alexia, can you stand up?
Alexia Market Research. So Yasmin and I will be right now in the entrance. And those of you who have your camera with you, we will really appreciate it if you can drop it to us during the coffee break so we can start creating the collection. And the second part is for Happy GA video. You know the concept now. So whoever from you wants to start personally in the video, you should find again Stefan and me in the entrance. So we know your names in the list and include you in the video. Okay?
Thank you, Alexa. Thomas and Penelope's merchandise booth is still outside. For the coffee break, when you leave, go there because they still have a lot of stuff to give away. So go get your stuff. And we're done. Cassie wants to speak as well.
So another important thing, we have the voting, as you know, tomorrow. And as you probably know, you can request a secret ballot, meaning that you can request the proposals to be voted secret during this GA. Normally, the only things that are voted secret are the paper voting for board elections. All the rest is not. So you can request secret ballot. The deadline for requesting secret ballot, we propose it to be tonight, so that for technical and logistics reasons, we can arrange the practicalities for the online and the live voting for tomorrow. So if you do agree, I would like to see your thumbs for having the deadline for requesting secret ballot tonight. After the end of plenary session, it is the deadline. Okay, thank you. As I see there are more hands up. You can request secret ballot. In the flip charts over there, there is a secret ballot flip chart. And please write your LPG and the proposal for which you request secret ballot. As an example, already the board has requested secret ballot for the membership proposal for Valencia. Okay, is it clear to everyone? I would like to emphasize that usually the reason for requesting secret ballot is that there is some specific privacy issue. For example, for membership, it is it's usually the way things go, and for membership, it's usually secret ballot. So don't think twice before you request secret ballot, and do it with responsibility. There's a technical.
Wait. So first, I would like to ask you, do you all know what the secret ballot means? It's no shame asking because we haven't had the presentation about voting. Okay? So then, thank you. So, Joel, do you have another announcement?
Well, see if you didn't hear your announcement, it's there, it's written. You should go drop by Koji's table. That's it.
Okay, then we're moving to the coffee break. We are 10 minutes late, but since the next session is very important, we are starting with the speeches. I really would like to emphasize for all of you to be back on time. And show respect for the candidates who were preparing their speeches. I already gave the introduction. I will repeat some things in case it's needed. And you can also take the CVs and the motivation letters with you and read everything through again, or at least think of questions that you may want to ask. So thank you very much. I'm closing the session now. Bobo, are you in the back? No. Back.
I have a question.
Bucharest, take a lot of pictures of all the markets. He asked specifically to say hello.
Just the second.
No.
Like everybody, oh, Peter, you hello.
This is not raspberry. Let's I need to see the. Okay, I'm going to. One more. Thank you.
That extra t-shirt is
India, India, my birth program is hosting this when I do English. Yes. And then
course, not yours, Gigi. There is no your name on it.
It's supposed to be like wine.
Oh, like the previous one?
No, the previous one was red, so we wanted to put it like the color of Valladolid's flag.
Okay, the wine plus.
If you put this inside the sangria, then it will have color.
Your first time. Okay, you will lose your technology.
You want us to write what? You want us to do it together?
Yes, I'm going to go out. Here. Are you listening?
Why do you write so much text? Why do you write so much text? Ah.
Sikkert sorular böyle atıyorsunuz. Niemand van wissen niks. Dat is niet goed als ik geen geen
Wat kan ook.
I don't know.
Yes, no. I applications.
Okay.
BGB.
I think you want to go to me.
I don't know.
Guys, it's half past. Can you make sure that your other LBG delegate is also in the plenary because we're supposed to start like right now? Thanks.
Judith, did Alessandro tell you about the speech or demo?
Please take your seats, because as soon as you take your seat, we can start with the speeches. Please take your seats. We would like to start with speeches. Okay. Thank you. So now I'm opening the session. As I mentioned in my introduction, now we are going to have the speeches of Tallinn has a bullshit.
Hi, XXXIII, my name is Jörgen. I wonder why organizers said that we can't have any water in the plenary.
I would like to ask whether we have all three of the microphone carriers from the organizers, because currently I just see one. Two. It's quite important for speeches. Thank you. So, as I mentioned in my introduction, before lunch, we will go through the speeches of the executive board positions, president, treasurer, and secretary, in this order. Every candidate will have 7 minutes exactly, and unfortunately, this time I will have to cut to be able to run the same opportunity for everyone. And what will happen is that after showing the sign 1 minute left, I will show the sign 0 minutes, 10 seconds before the 7 minutes is over. So you will have the chance to finish your last sentence. And in case you don't finish your last sentence, I will have to cut you, okay? So 0 means you still have 10 seconds to finish your last sentence. Great. So, do you have any questions? Okay. I also would like to remind you to only raise your signs after the speech is finished. So for the president position, I would like to invite Ardita, Matteo, and Mario. And we will now make the order of the speeches with the randomizer draw.
Randomized.
So the randomized list is first Matteo, then Mario, and then Ardita. So the ones that are not speaking can wait in, yes? Wait. So when you start, I will start counting the time.
Hello delegates, hello besties. My name is Mathieu from XXXIII.
And I'm here in the middle of this plenary to ask for your trust and for your support. And for the confidence to, for 1 year, lead this organization that we all love. But I can't do that in good conscience until you know something about who I am and what I believe. If you've read my motivation letter, you might have found the story within to be pretty familiar. Indeed, it might even have been your story. Probably you know what it's like to fall into this organization, as if by accident, and gradually find yourself taking on project after project and having almost no free time. The story of how I went from newbie to president to ambassador to the middle of this plenary is just one of many thousands. And all I think that matters is what's behind it. When I first started thinking about whether I would dedicate the next year of my life to BEST, I started thinking about the reasons why I had been a BEST for so long. And I came up with quite a bit. I mean, I have fun here, I meet new friends, I learn a lot, and I feel that I'm giving back for the experiences that BEST has given me. All the experiences that I got, I try to give back to other people. But as I started thinking about my experience in BEST, I figured out that's not all there is. And one moment really stuck with me, and I want to share it with you. It was a moment on a random event when I was talking to someone who had known for maybe 5 days from the other side of Europe. And yet I was sharing my life story with this person. And I knew that they would not judge me, that they would not focus on my differences, that they would understand me, and that they would share back, and that they would grow together with me on this event. And afterwards, we'd go to the party and be back in session at 9. And I've had this experience many times afterwards, but this first time really stuck with me. And so I realized that over time, I really started to believe in what BEST stood for. If I look at myself 3 years ago and now, I can see how I've actually developed as a person. And I can see how my views on diversity have actually changed. And I see the place and potential that BEST has in Europe and what it did for me. And I know that I'm not the only one, because the true test and proof of BEST as an organization, it's the people that I meet in BEST every day and that I see develop on events. And you're also the coolest and most inspiring people that I've ever met. And I'm proud to call so many of my friends and the rest of you my comrades in this common vision. So 2 months ago, I realized that all rational motives aside, I'd already decided in my heart what I wanted to do next year, which is to dedicate 1 year of my life to develop this organization, to make it grow, and to have all of you and the values of BEST to support me in doing that. Now, of course, there's a lot to do next year. There might not be as many fireworks and dancers involved as this year, but there's actually a lot of projects. We have the structured evaluations outcomes coming online. We have the long-term strategic planning. But I think over the last few days, we've also realized that BEST faces real challenges. And there's things that we're right to worry about. But we also saw yesterday at the OST that BEST has the strength to face these challenges. And yesterday, you all inspired me. I saw your passion, I saw your creativity, and I saw 300 besties working together to set the goals of the organization and to preserve its vision. The vision of showing students of Europe there's more out there. Whether it's more than their own city, or their own country, or their own doorstep, or showing them that there's more challenges they can take than in any classroom, or showing that there's more opportunities for development than they can ever dream about. That's what BEST stands for me. And for BEST to keep fulfilling this vision, I think we need to figure out how we remain strong and capable, but as an organization, but also flexible and adaptive enough to survive in the 21st century. Now, for the last year, I've had the honor of representing you as ambassador. I've gotten to travel a lot, and I took the passion that you showed me, and I try to show that to the external world. But the external world has also taught me a lot. And I often compare going to a conference outside of BEST to looking through colored glass. At first glance, it all seems so similar. But then you also notice the small things that have such a huge impact. And you start seeing the differences that make a difference. Over time, my vision of what BEST could be in the future became more concrete. I started to see how we could develop and innovate our services by improving the platforms for it. I saw how we could become internally stronger, also by improving our support structure. I saw how we could become more legit and reputable as an organization by focusing on the ties with our partners. And even though I'm just one person, next year I want to stand beside an equally motivated board and management and work in this direction. Now, I've learned that at best, a leadership position by itself means nothing. It's nothing or it's nothing unless you have this trust and support of the people beside you, the people of your team, of your LBG, or in this case, all the best. And now that you know something about who I am and what I believe, I do want to ask you for trust and your support for 1 year, and the trust to work together with me. And I promise you that I will do everything I can to help discover where this organization can lead, and to help discover its full height of what it can reach, together with all of you. I see a BEST that achieves the balance between focusing on its internal groups and sustainability, but at the same time has a strong impact on the external world. I see a BEST that values creativity, and that uses it to come up with new services and new ideas, and develop the ones that we have. I see a BEST that uses its ties with partners, whether NGOs or institutional, to become more known in Europe and to become more reputable as an organization. I see a BEST that retains the strengths of its comedies, which are the best comedies I've seen anywhere I've visited, but at the same time learns how we actually tackle new projects and how we do things that we've never done before. This is a future that I see for BEST, and it's a dream that I want to work on next year, with every member of the board of management, with every local group, and with all of you. My name is Mathieu, and I'm running for President BEST.
As I indicated before, we are taking questions after all speeches have been delivered. And the next one will be Mario from Naples. When you start to speak, I will start measuring the time.
Dear board, dear delegates, and dear friends, as you already know, I'm Mario Salomone from LBG Naples, and I'm here to propose myself as the new president of the International Board of BEST. First of all, I would like to calm you down. I'm not here just to speak, as someone thinks. I'm running for real, okay? So, when I joined this organization in 2011, so almost 3 years ago, I had a perception that I was going into a paradise, a completely democratic world in which every single LBG has the same rights, and the same opportunities, and the same decisional power. A world in which international bodies are working in order to fulfill your wishes, your requests. A huge network made by a lot of students working in order to help each other. But after a while, I realized that the reality, it's not like that. It's quite different. So, are we really working in order to help each other? Take a look to the budget proposal that we are going to vote tomorrow. We are planning to spend more than 60,000 euros, so more than 50% of the budget, for international teams and international management. And everyone here in this room perfectly knows that 1,000 euros can make the difference between the death or the life of one LBG, between a great successful course and a terrible one. But we don't have any voice in our budget proposal named external event support. We are supporting internal events, and it's okay, it's important. But we are not supporting external events enough. So I would like to make you a question. Can BEST survive 1 year with, let's say, 5 internal events and no more? It would be tough, it would be bad, but yes. Now let's make another question. best survive 1 year with only 5 external events? I don't think so. So I hope you realize that something is wrong. Something is not working properly. But let's move on. Are we really democratic? Are we really taking here every single decision related to our work, to our activities, as our own rules say? I don't think so. For example, you are not choosing the host of the EBEC final competition. It means a lot. It means visibility. It means money. It means future partnerships. But this crucial decision is made by the board. Sometimes you probably have the perception that you are taking some important decision. Maybe you think that you will choose the next regional division. But did someone ask you if you really want to leave the current one? Will the current one be one of the options? Of course not. Maybe you think that you are choosing which group can take part in our organization and which one cannot, because you are voting baby membership. But no one group can become baby without being observer before. And who is selecting new observer groups? Once again, the board. Maybe you think that you can take part to the making process of the budget. But once again, the first draft is made by the board. The second one is made consulting committees. The third one, thanks to the budgetary commission. And only the fourth one, asking feedbacks from LDGs during regional meetings. So you understand that actually you cannot make any important change. But you're the plenary. You have the power to change everything. You have the power to choose a different direction. And I'm here in order to guide you through this tough process. You can make the board your art, and you can make yourself the mind. Some day ago, here, during this General Assembly, I was speaking with a guy, and we were speaking about international board traveling. And he said to me, if you are the president, you have to travel a lot. Because if people don't see you, they will not do what you want they do. I have a different point of view. In my opinion, if I'm the president, I must do what you ask me to do. So please, let's think outside the box. Let's take again the destiny of this organization in your own hands. Let's change altogether. Thank you.
Our next speech is from Ardita, from LDG Rome. When you start, I will start measuring the time.
Thank you. Dear delegates, dear extras, dear board, dear partner NGOs, dear band, dear organizers, I'm Ardita, and yeah, I don't have a nickname. I'm here to show you in these 7 minutes the reasons why I'm in this plenary, the reasons why I'm in the middle of 240 delegates from 96 LBGs of best. You may think that we come here to choose the delegates of the next management, the members of the next management. Actually, I would like to make a speech, but I choose not to do it. You would ask why. First of all, because I believe that I'm not able, that in 7 minutes, I will show you the right motivation, the reasons why I'm running for the president of BEST. I think these 7 minutes are not enough to show the work that the candidate has been doing. That's why today
I would like you to think out of the box. I would like you to approach me as well as the other candidates after this session, tonight and tomorrow before the elections, to ask us about everything. We are ready, we are here for that, and we can explain better what we have been doing and why are the reasons that we are here. A speech is a tool to show my dreams, but I believe that it's not enough. I have had all the time to prepare my speech. As you can read from my motivation letter, I've decided more in advance to run for this position. I decided not to do it, and not only for myself, but for the future generations as well. I can do perfect speeches. I can use the best words in the world. Trust me, I've been doing it for quite some long. But today I'm not doing it. And there are some reasons. So I hope you will understand me, and I believe that you will approach me. As well, you can ask also questions to me. But for the best of myself, as well as the future generations, I'm not going to do the speech. Thank you.
So now we're going to the question round for the president position. I would like to remind you to say whether you address all the candidates or just one or two of them with your questions. First, I would like to give the word to LBG Ghent. Ghent, standing.
Hello, Andreas from LBG Ghent. So Mathieu, his name is Mathieu, he's running for international president. We already saw him at work at the local level, and I have to say it was a really strong board here. It was reflected in the quality of the IPF that was organized last year. He did great work, and I just want to say, if you want a trustworthy, a capable, caring, and generally awesome guy for the next president of the International Board of PES, Mathieu is your man.
I would like to clarify that after speeches, normally the word is given to the LPG of the candidates so they can express their support. So this is why I was calling for LPG Ghent. And now I will call for LPG Naples.
Dear friends, this is an important day for PES because in front of us here we have three guys running for the next president of PES. And they will represent all of us, and they will sketch the future path of our association. Today I'm here speaking on behalf of my LBG, a group where passion, improvement, and friendship are the key points of our group. In a general context, with lack of values, Mario became really a guiding light for our ship, being enthusiastic, respectful, and a good communicator. Quoting from Aristotle, he who cannot be a good follower cannot be a good leader. Naples and Porcinella proudly support Mario.
Now I would like to give the word to LBG Rome.
Hello everybody, I'm Miriam from LBG Rome. And okay, can you hear me? I'm Miriam from LBG Rome, and I am in the board now. I'm the vice president for human resources. And as you read, Ardita has been really involved at local level and the international one. She is very good at negotiation, and thanks to her determination and leadership skills, she has made possible several times partnership with different institutions, universities, and companies. She will be a perfect president because she is totally devoted to our organization. To sum up, she is experienced, she is motivated, and she is trained. And Best Rome is really close to you, and wish you good luck.
First question is from Eka Orso, and after that, Ensta. Please make sure you clarify with who. Please stand up. Please stand up, and then make sure to clarify who you're addressing with your question.
Xenia from Legopo, and I have a question to Maria. I have a question to Maria. Your speech was quite revolution, but you know that you are not alone in the commitment. So what will you do if the other part of the board of management won't support you?
Okay, thank you for your question. I would like to make a family into the board. I would like to realize a strong friendship between the members of the board. But anyway, in my opinion, if we have some different point of view, we should take into consideration your point of view. So I think I'm good in motivate, and I think that I can motivate the other members of the board to be aware of your point of view and to follow your point of view. And I want to clarify that I have many ideas, as you understood. But if I will realize that some of them are not the ideas of the plenary assembly, I can move on. I want to be your instrument. I want to do what you say me to do.
Next question from Ensta, and after that, Ben.
Hello, Florian from Insta, and this is also for Mario. You say you want to have a fully democratic best. How do you want to achieve that with 2 TM? And how could we have more TM because we don't have a logistic? How do you want to do that?
Okay, thank you for your question. It's a really interesting one. Of course, it's not easy. There are a lot of little changes that you have to do. Of course, I cannot give you only one answer for every single specific case. I can make an example. Maybe one problem to select the host of even final competition during these general meetings is that usually you plan the competition in summer, and then you should decide, of course, the host. And so it will be a problem to wait until the PM. But I think that this kind of issues can be solved if we really want. We can anticipate the date of the president meeting. As an example, we can find a solution, we can speak all together. We just need to focus on our goals and we can achieve it.
I would like to ask the organizers to switch that microphone because apparently we cannot hear loud enough. And the next question is from Ben, and after that, Brussels UOB.
Mario from the band. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you all for running. It takes a lot of courage to be there in the middle of the plenary and to show all your dreams and passion for best. So I wish you the best of luck with the upcoming election. My question is related about the long-term strategic planning. 2 years ago, all BEST decided that BEST should have a long-term strategic plan that lasts for 3 years. 2 years have passed already, and a lot has happened since then. And in the coming year, is going to be the last year of this plan, the first one. So my question is, how do you see the impact of this practice in BEST so far, and how do you wish to contribute to it in the upcoming year? Thank you. It's for all of you.
since it's a question to all three of you. Now we rotate who starts. Since the speech was started by Mathieu, now this question will be first answered by Mario, then Adrian.
Thank you, Mario, for your question. In my point of view, it would be not really serious to answer right now without consulting the previous board and without receiving a knowledge transfer from top. Of course, the best strategy should be to evaluate the work already done in these previous 2 years in order to understand if we are going in the right direction or not. And of course, after that, we should take input from the plenary assembly. I don't think that everyone here knows perfectly what is long strategic plan about, and that's a huge problem, a huge mistake. So I think we should promote it better in order to make aware every single LPG, evaluate the work done so far, ask for inputs, and then take the right decision.
Thank you, Mario, for the question. Indeed, the long-term strategic plan is a project that I have it by heart. Because first, when I heard about it 2 years ago, I was not involved in international level, and I was curious to know what was it about. Since I was in the board of the local LPG, I started to think of the reasons why we have long-term strategic plans. And actually, in my opinion, to answer your first question, it's very useful, and it helped not all the international level, but it should be also an example for local level to start thinking about it. Since we start with the projects, and boards and management are changing every year, and they cannot finish the plans that are started, and they come up with changing them. So long-term strategic plan is very useful. During these 2 years, of course, there have been points that have not improved. They are ongoing. We will see this year how much we fulfilled it, and we will evaluate the work that has been done. My input for the next one, it will be one of my main goals for my mandate in case we'll be elected.
Okay, so thank you for the question. First, on the concept of having a long-term strategic plan, I think it was highly useful for the last few years. Because, for instance, the knowledge management project, we're now 2 years into it, but only next year are we actually going to finish implementing all the outcomes. And this is a project that without this 3-year plan, we could never really have set up. So I think that's definitely something very useful. The reporting of it could have been better, and also like quantifying how far we are along our goals could be improved. As for next year, I think the great thing about the OSC yesterday is that actually every single LPG in DEST was able to contribute its own thoughts to the LTSP already. And this was a huge improvement over the last plan, which I think was only made at the workshop. So I think the challenge for next year is to actually take all the input that we got, and then maybe in a workshop, process it, and actually make the next long-term strategic plan.
Next question is from Brussels ULB, and after that, we.
Hello, Fred from Brussels ULB. My question is for Mario. I see that you've been involved quite a lot locally according to your CV, but do you think that you have the sufficient knowledge on the international level, just like the other candidates? And if not, how do you think you can tackle this?
Thank you for your question. Of course, I perfectly know that the other two candidates had really more international involvement compared to mine. I worked a lot in my LPG. I really wanted to take part in a committee meeting, but when I was elected to be the president, my own group asked me to not do it in order to have more time for my role. But anyway, there are a lot of people in West Naples who are internationally involved. We have members in marketing, in Finting, in Educo, and so I'm receiving a lot of knowledge transfer by them. So I'm informed about what is going on in the international part of West. And so I think that I can achieve that, I can solve this kind of issue just asking, just receiving knowledge transfer as I'm already doing.
Next question is from Philippe, and after that, Martin Carlos Tercero.
Hi. I have a question to all of you. Imagine that you need to present best to Barack Obama. How would you do this?
So now Ardita starts with the question.
Do you really want to know? I would simply use the two words that are the temptation on them. We are a non-profit student organization all over Europe with a mission and a vision that are empower diversity by developing students.
Well, it would be quite intimidating, but I would explain it basically with the mission and the vision. I think I would say that we are an organization for European students of technology that focuses on actually international empowerment and breaking down the borders between countries. And I would link it to actually the history of where we started, which was when the Berlin Wall was still up. And I think this would be something we could relate to. Because ultimately what BEST has done is give people the sense that we're all part of the same Europe. And other than that, we develop students, so we actually build them into more well-rounded human beings by our services.
Hello, Mr. Obama. I'm really proud to meet you. I'm Mario Solomone, and I'm the president of BEST. And I would like to tell you something about the history, the goals, the vision, and the mission of our organization. As you maybe don't know, we are a student organization. We can reach millions of students, and so basically our members will be the future, will construct the future society. And so it should be interesting also for political level.
Next question is from Madrid Carlos Tercero, and after that, Moscow.
Hey, Diana Madrid Carlos Tercero. So this question is for Matthew and Arita, and I want to know your opinion about the issues that Mario spoke about, like democracy. Your opinion on.
Could you clarify on which topic? Because you raised quite a few topics, I think, if you could be more specific.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Another topic specifically, just that there are things that are only decided by the board.
I mean, for sure, I think, I understand BEST is a democratic organization, so for sure, I think any plenary any choice that the plenary can make is obviously very good. Some of the issues that he raised, of choices not being made by the plenary yet, usually there's historical reasons for it. For instance, eBay Final, just a few years ago, this was a project that we were just trying out, and that's why it was not voted in plenary. Maybe indeed, eBay Final is now a mature enough project that we can actually give this to the plenary and that we can all actually decide. And yeah, perhaps that would be a good idea. But ultimately, the plenary can always decide what they want to vote on and what they actually want to contribute to. So I think the power is also still in the hands of the plenary to be proactive in terms of what they want to decide.
Yes, I would like to thank you, Mario, for mentioning the democracy. I also believe that we are in a democratic student association. You mentioned decisions made by the board and not by the plenary. But actually, I would invite Mario, Naples, as well as all the LBGs that are having this perception to first be informed, because there is a reason after every decision. I'm the first one that wants to involve everyone in the decisions, but it has to come from you. You have to be involved in these decisions. You have to be proactive. If you are not proactive during the whole year, then we will come here pretending that there are some decisions made in wrong intention or not democratic.
Next question is from Moscow, and after that talk.
I have also a question regarding to long-term strategic planning for everyone. Which are the experiences and competencies that you have in order to create the next long-term strategic plan? Thank you.
Are you addressing all candidates?
All candidates.
Okay, then Mario, please start.
Thank you for your question. I'm sure that right now, being really honest, I don't have enough experience to answer to your question. I mean, I'm answering that I don't have enough experience to start alone right now, making some plan for the long strategic plan. I hope that consulting the previous board, receiving knowledge transfer, taking input from the plenary, I can achieve this experience.
Thank you for the question. During this year, I've been involved quite in some working teams in BEST, such as Think Team, Friends Working Group. I've participated in IPF, membership scene, as well as in regional meetings. In every event, there is a presentation about the actions of the long-term strategic plan and their involvement. I would use this information that I've gathered in these events, as well as the status of the long-term strategic plan that is for now, together with the previous board.
Thank you for the question. I would also start from the LTSB that actually exists now and see actually what we can still use for the previous plan. Other than that, I went to 2 IPFs. I'm involved in Educantigura. I also went to the structure workshop, so I have more or less an overview of, I think, the needs of most of the bodies in BEST. And I think combining that with experience from my board and management, as well as KT actually with previous boards, that would be a pretty good basis for starting the process.
Next question is from Doc, from the board, and after that, Messina.
Doc for the board. First of all, congratulations for taking this challenge and running BEST. As you know, one of the most important qualities for a president is to be a visionary person and actually dream very big. And my question is also related to LTSB. I would like to know what are the 5 focus areas that you think the BEST should go in the next, let's say, 3 years.
Okay, thank you for your question, Doc. The first focus area, I would put the image of BEST. The second one, I would put the HR system. The third one, I would put the I would need some time. Marketing strategy. The fourth, the growth. And the fifth, I'll stay with this word.
Thanks for the question. If I had to name 5, I would say first probably service development, because I think this is quite a high topic right now, and I think it's quite important. Second, I would say external relations, but more generally, like actually how BEST is perceived by the outside world, which covers our relationship with NGOs, institutions, and also PR. I would say financial sustainability would probably be a big one, especially if we should focus more on grants and actually different sources of funding rather than corporate fundraising, which is what we mostly do now. Fourth, I would say a better support structure for LPG still, because they are still the center of the organization, so to keep developing that. And I think fifth, this year we had the knowledge management as one of our focus areas. I'm not sure if this goal will be completely finished by next year, but if it is, then I think the follow-up point of that would be to ensure a better communication flow in the organization. To actually make sure that all the knowledge we have and the opportunities we have can be communicated effectively to all the LPGs and all the members.
Thank you for your question, Tom. As a first area, I would say the external events support, as I already mentioned in my speech. As a second, I would say the slow transfer of the decisional power from the international bodies to the plenary. As a third one, of course, knowledge management, because only a really informed plenary can take right decisions. As a fourth one, I would say external relations. It's really important to keep the current and to find new ones. And as a fifth, I perfectly agree with financial sustainability, already mentioned by Matthew.
The next question is from Messina, and after that, Naples.
The question is from Mario. Have you ever tried to imagine yourself as president of BEST? And which are your feelings about it?
Thank you for your question. I did it some day ago, and basically I'm just trying to figure out myself, calling Mom. I have some future plan a little bit different now, but I think I can do it. I think I can be the right person for this. So I really can't imagine myself in this role.
Next question is from Naples, and after that, Lisbon.
Our interval was for the fishing support.
Okay, so cut Lisbon, and after that.
Hey, Anahita from Lisbon. Congratulations on your speeches and running. So I want to ask you, which are the actions that you plan to, in order to increase the trust, because as the trust in you as a president for our external partners. Because as a president, you are the face of the organization, and they need to trust you. And it's for all the candidates.
You first.
Okay. As far as the trust with our external partners goes, I'm sort of lucky that I actually know quite a lot of them already. So as far as trust goes, I think the most important thing in external relations is actually honesty. Because ultimately, if we get an offer and it's not very interesting for us, then it doesn't win us any points if we try to dodge the question or something. I've always tried to be very honest this year about what was interesting for BEST and what BEST actually wanted from its external partners. I think that is that's the first thing. And then second, I think it's honoring the commitment that I actually made. Because it's not cool if someone doesn't follow up on a promise, but if it happens between organizations, it's even more destructive. So I think those two things would be my main focus points.
Thank you for your question. In my opinion, we should absolutely increase our transparency, because usually another organization, another entity will trust in us if we are really transparent and if we have internal democracy. And also, we should make all our effort in order to respect our agreements. I also agree with Matthew's answers, so basically, that's it.
Thank you for your question. In order to build trust, I would say that you need communication. So, as a president, I would be available to those partners that we have. And the second one is being responsible. Matthew said it in a different way.
So I would like to inform you that we have been taking the questions for 25 minutes for now. It was 11 questions, and I have 21 more in the list. So we will go on with the questions. If you would like to cut, then indicate it, please. So the next question is from Prague, and after that, extra Emre.
Adam from Prague. I have a question for Maria. You pointed out the importance of external events And on Speaker Corner, we had quite an interesting presentation from the board about current developing or non-developing external students through our courses. What's your thought about it, and what you would like to improve on that?
Thank you very much for your question. To be honest, I didn't participate to that session. I would say that what I would like to improve is to put into the budget proposal a voice named external event supports, and to implement a system in order to understand which group really need help for its activities. Of course, it's no sense to give money to everybody. There are some groups that are receiving a lot of money every year, thanks to the grants, thanks to the partners, but there are really some groups that are really dying, that really cannot make a good course for our external students. And since without external students, we will die really soon, I think that we should make every single seasonal course at least decent.
Next question is from Rob TV, and after that, Warsaw. TV, please stand up.
Hi, Daniele from Room TV. My question is for Mario. You mentioned the budget making process in your initial speech. So we'd like to know how would you change it?
Thank you very much for your question. In my point of view, the structure of the making budget process should be the opposite. I already defined it how it is right now. In my opinion, it should start from LBGs. We should implement a system in order to understand how LBGs would like to spend our money. Starting from this input, then we should ask for feedbacks to the committees and all international management, all international bodies, and after that, you arrive to the top and you can receive the final feedback from the board.
Next question is from Warsaw, and after that, Tallinn.
Hello, I'm Pavel from Warsaw. One of the most important things that I expect from President of BEST is the inspirational guide to inspire all people to hold their organization. So I'd like you to answer the question: how will you inspire people to work for your organization?
Mario first.
Thank you for your question. As you know, I'm already the president of my LBG, and I think I can be a really inspiring person. In my point of view, the best way to inspire people is to be an example. If people see you working really hard, they will also work. So this is my way.
Thank you for your question. As Mario, I also have been a president of my LPG, and I'm kind of inspiring person. Still, as a president of the whole BEST, I would start on inspiring my board, first of all, because they are responsible for the management. So it's kind of a pyramid. If I inspire the board, they will inspire the management will inspire the LPGs. Because we are all in a chain, and we are working together. Thanks.
Thanks for the question. Well, I would mainly echo the previous two answers that setting an example is very necessary. What I would add is that ultimately you need to connect it to the motivation of people. Because inspiration, I don't think it's something that you can just send to another person and it's always received. Ultimately, you need to show that what they want in life or invest, that there are ways of actually achieving that. And that can turn into motivation, and that can turn into work. So I think we have to connect itself with the internal motivation of people, rather than always trying to inspire it from the external. But for sure, both are important.
Next question is from Tallinn, and after that, Valid.
Hi, Valid from Tallinn. Our question is, what do you see right now as the biggest weakness of BEST? And this question is directed to Ardita and Matteo, because I think Mario has already answered.
Ardita first, this one.
Yesterday during OST I had a discussion group, and it was about best image inside best. An issue that I see right now is that not all the RPGs are well informed about best, who we are and what we do. So this is the issue that I see right now.
I would say if I had to add one thing to BEST, it would be more creativity, actually. I think besties are very creative in developing the services that we already have and kind of adding things to their own LBG, but really setting up totally new projects, it doesn't happen that much most of the time. And BEST has about 200 external events every year, so we're very productive as an organization. But what I see a lot of other organizations do is actually encourage their local group to come up with their own ideas and their own concepts, and just to find something that they as a group are passionate about, and just support them in actually creating that project. And that's something I think BEST could really use.
Next question is from Valladolid, and after that, Cluj.
Hi, Violeta from Valladolid. Congratulations. I have a question for the three of you. When you start your mandate, you're very motivated, but during the year, there's always problems, and maybe you don't achieve your goals. So my question is, so what would you do to overcome these difficult moments and motivate yourself and your other colleagues? Thank you.
Well, I've been working quite intensively for BEST for 2 years now, so I know a little bit about how I work and how I actually get motivated. I've noticed that most of my motivation usually comes from seeing the results of my actions, and in that sense I think things will be okay, because I'll be working for the entire organization and we will actually see a lot of results from our actions. But then I also know that usually once or twice a year I will have a slight dip, and at that moment I need to be around my friends and actually connect to why I'm actually in this organization. In that sense I'm lucky, because a lot of my friends are active in BEST next year. So
I see a lot of three fingers. Would you like to cut this, or should we go on? Because can I have the opinion on the first row? Only the first row? No, I think we should go on.
Okay, thank you for the question. I have to say that I faced some difficult moments also here during this General Assembly. In the first few days, I was not so sure to run as a president, and what gave me the motivation to go on was my LDG, because they were really supporting me, they were sending messages, sending emails. I feel themselves here with me. So my strategy, if I start to be demotivated, is to search for support of my group. And I would give the same advice to the other members of the board. Do not cut the relation with their LDG. And that's the good way to be motivated.
Next question is from Cluj, and after that, Budapest.
Sorry. Thank you, Violeta, for the question. I've also been involved in BEST almost for 4 years now. And during these years, I've been through a lot of moments, beautiful ones and the worst ones. Since one of my values also is responsibility and commitment. When you are running for the board or for every kind of position, you should be aware that you have to be there and to get motivation somehow. Anything happens. And of course, I will not be alone. I will have a team around me, all the management, as well as the board.
Apologies to Adita again, sorry. Next question from Cluj, and after that, Budapest.
Hello, Joe from Cluj. This question is directly to Mario. Why do you think some decisions are taken only by the international board and not by the LBG, not by the plenary?
In my point of view,
now I see a lot of three fingers, so I think we should move to the next question from Budapest, and after that, extra fair.
Hi, Christoph from Budapest. My question is for Mario. As you mentioned already, and some questions popped out, you don't have too much international experience, like working in international level, and leading an LBG is quite different than leading a whole organization. and also comes with a different lifestyle, like traveling all around and all this stuff. How would you personally deal with this kind of lifestyle change?
Thank you very much for your question. I talked about it during these last few days, and I think that I'm ready to change my lifestyle. I'm already graduated in aerospace engineering in Naples. I'm studying for a master, also in Naples, but I can postpone my studies for 1 year because it's a huge opportunity that can let me have many other opportunities in the future. So I'm really ready to change my lifestyle, and I'm sure that my parents, my friends, my family will understand it.
Regarding three fingers, I would like to clarify that only LPGs should indicate whether they should move on the discussion or not. The third row, unless it's an LPG that has a voting right, is not. So we're moving on to the next question, which is extra purpose, and after that, marketing.
Extra purpose. I have a question for all of you. Would you describe yourself more as a dreamer or a person with your feet on the ground? Is it clear?
Is it all three of them? Then this time Mario should start.
Thank you for your question. I think you already understood. I'm thinking about the kind of revolution, so definitely more of a dreamer.
I would be in the middle. I'm both dreamer and with the feet on the ground.
I would definitely say more dreamer side, and like, throughout past experience, I've tried to keep other people keep me on the ground, or more grounded than like the constraints actually of the facts. Mostly dreams, but I've kind of learned to both. So.
Next question from marketing, and after that, Brashov.
Hello, Ira Marketing. Mario, aren't you afraid to fail your mandate as long as you don't have any international experience?
I think we can move to the next question from Brashov, and after that, EEC.
Thank you from Russia. This question goes to Matthew. As the ambassador of BEST, you have attended a lot of external events where you got to meet a lot of interesting people and see different ways of organizing events. So the question is for you: can you name me one new idea that you will implement during your mandate as the president of BEST if you're going to be elected?
Well, actually, I attended the structure workshop in Istanbul, and then I actually tried to give a lot of ideas of what I learned at other NGOs. One thing that will be really useful for next year, I think, is that BEST right now is quite company-centered, and that's why we actually try to move a bit to this project-based approach to get the advantage of that as well. And a lot of other NGOs are doing this project-based approach already. And the way they actually communicate to the LPGs and the way they set up their projects and evaluate it, that's already quite developed. And this is something that we can really profit from. I've already tried to give some ideas on the workshop, but for sure, next year I can do the same.
Next question is from EEC, and after that, CFDS.
Hello. Hello. My question is actually for Mario. You mentioned in your speech that external event support is something that is important for you. You mentioned that you'd like to provide financial support to LPGs that organize external events. I'm curious about the idea because I would like to know if you have any perspective on how you want or you intend to implement that. And that's it.
Thank you for your question. We have a lot of international projects right now. I think that it would be a really good idea to start one for this specific game. We need to implement a system that can stay close to the LPGs, close to their activities. To read their report is definitely not enough. To read if they have enough financial support. And only being really close to every single LPGs. And we can do it because we have a structure, we have the board, we have committees, we have a lot of international things. You can understand if the support is needed or not, and how much. Of course, I didn't, to answer to your question, I didn't think to a specific, really specific system, but in my opinion, it would be wrong to think it by myself. It should be taken altogether.
Okay, my question is related because if you take a couple of external events, we have 91 courses every year, we have approximately 100 engineering competitions. Do you think it's realistic that we will have the support in the organization to evaluate all that much?
Thank you. In my opinion, engineering competition can be made on local level almost without money. In Naples, we are organizing every year IBEC local round, usually really successful, taking a lot of new members because of it, and our budget is almost zero. So it's mostly related to the courses. And about the courses, I think that yes, we have more than 90 groups, but how many of them has really, really big issues? Not many of them. And of course, you don't have to give all the financial support. You don't have to pay everything. You just have to add something in order to make the course successful.
My question was not so much about how do you pretend to finance, it's how do you intend to evaluate if they really need it? How do you intend to monitor 91 courses?
I understood that. As I told you, I didn't think about the specific system. We should implement it.
Next question is from CFES, and after that, Kent.
Hi, Nick from CFES. Knowing the Best is an organization that fuels on its diversity and the large network that it has, and that it gains from growing. And seeing that the current GMs seem to be reaching their maximum capacity, what concrete change would you suggest to implement, or solution would you suggest with Invest to allow for the growth of an organization like yours? In only a few words. I want no political answer. Thank you.
Ardita first. If I understood well the question. I've also been thinking about the growth of BEST, since I also participated in sessions and lead these sessions. As we have seen recently, the plenary of the GM is fancy, let's say. And for the future years, I would suggest to have a plenary less fancy, bigger one, because at the end, what we are doing here are just sitting and discussing. We don't need all the comfort that we have. So we can stay wherever for the plan. This is one idea.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. In November, I was at a conference from aGAI where we had a plenary of 800 people. So I know it's possible. It just matters if you actually want to make some tough choices, like not having 4-star hotel accommodation and actually very fancy plenary. But the moment you actually give up those choices and you say, okay, actually making decisions is more important, I think we can reduce the comfort a little bit, and that will not be an issue for growth anymore.
Thank you for your question. In my opinion, one improvement can be made during the general meetings, reducing the time for the presentations about project and increasing the time of LBG's presentations and LBG discussions. I think that many presentations that we had here during these days could be made also during our regional meetings. And so I think that here we should discuss all together. We should really take this opportunity to listen what LBGs would like to do. So that can be a change.
Next question is from Ken.
Hello, Andreas from Ghent. So BEST is a student NGO, but we are not the only one. So my question to all of you is, where do you think BEST stands now? What differentiates us from the other NGOs, and where do you want to take us as president?
Matteo first.
Thanks for the question. Most NGOs that I meet, I would say, are already quite differentiated from BEST, either because they have a different target group. For instance, ELSA has a law student, SISTEAM has industrial engineering students, overlap slightly, but not much. And besides that, a lot of them actually have a different structure. So BEST kind of does create groups everywhere that really follow its vision and mission. Other organizations focus more on making a network and actually just connecting student unions. So I don't think it's a question so much of really differentiating us. I think it's really identifying where we are actually similar and what we can share. And so this year, this is why we've set up so many cooperations with the NGOs that we have on so many topics.
Thank you for your question.
Mario.
Thank you for your question. Since I didn't take part in other organizations, for me it's a little bit tough to compare, but I can say why BEST is so special, in my opinion, and this reason is the BEST spirit. What I really find special in BEST is people living just 2 hours every night for 10 days just in order to make participants mad, and I think it's really special. What really give to BEST something special are people sitting here.
Thank you for your question again. I would agree with everything that Matthew said, and I would like to point out that the difference in this case is the target group, of course, but we have an engineering competition that other NGOs doesn't have. And in my opinion, this is some added value. I would like to announce that we reached the scheduled time for questions. It is a session for you, and you have the right to keep on asking for questions, but I would like you to note that the questions we are taking from here will cause a delay in the schedule, and you also have the opportunity to ask the candidates in person. So now I would like to ask the plenary's opinion whether we should continue the questions round or not. If you would like to continue, then please only the first row of the LBGs, then indicate thumbs up. If you would like to move on to the next position, then indicate thumbs down. Since it's still a mixed answer, I will take 2 more questions and then assess again. So Yash, and after that Zepi.
Hello, Bogdan from Yash. First, I want to congratulate you all for this challenge that you're taking. In the past few days, we talked about the development of our very good organization and the new ideas and innovation. But I want to know from you what do you think will be the biggest obstacle towards developing the best in the next year?
Mario first.
Thank you for your question. I think I basically already answered sometimes, so external events mostly.
I really don't know how to answer this question, but I will try. Next year, we are expecting to have quite some challenges, quite some changes, starting from the regional division, from the structure, as well as the LTSP. So I don't know for now what to say about the development, the future development.
I wouldn't say there's one concrete obstacle, but there is, I think, one thing that's sort of hold us back a little bit. This year I found that, for instance, there's a lot of external opportunities available to besties. There's a lot of tools, whether wiki pages, places where you can share documents, actual real information everywhere. But getting that to LBGs is not always straightforward. So the communication, I think, at this point, it's holding us back a bit because we don't fully realize all the things that we already know. I think once we take those breaks off, we can really get into the next level of development of the organization.
Next question from Vicky. Please stand up.
Thank you. Addressed to all, what would be your next steps if you will not be elected as the president this year?
I see a lot of 3 fingers. Okay. Then SPM.
Thank you. Bucharest team, congratulations for all your applications. I would like to ask each one of you to give the delegates a reason why they should vote for each of the other candidates.
I'll go first.
Thank you.
Dear delegates, one reason why you should vote for Matthew is because he is prepared beforehand since he is ambassador. And one reason for voting for Mario is because he has some vision and he wants to make some changes. Matthew next.
Okay. Dear delegates, I think a reason to vote for Mario is that he has shown real courage, actually, this general meeting. Because deciding actually on the general meeting to run, it's not an easy decision, and something I really respect. And then Ardita, I think, has quite a lot of experience actually on all the stages of development Invest. And she has worked with refugees quite closely here. I heard she did well. I think she's a good candidate as well.
Thank you for the question. In my opinion, a good reason to vote for Matthew is that he worked a lot with Doc during the last year, so he basically already understood many things about the president position. And a good reason to vote for Ardita, I already know her, and I can tell you that she never gives up.
So now we have taken 2 another questions, and the question time is at 54 minutes. So would you like to continue the question round, or should we move on to the next position? I think it's clear that now you would like to move on the next position. So the LPGs on the list, remaining on the list, please approach the delegates personally to ask your questions. Give a huge round of applause for the 3 persons brave enough to run for this. So moving on to the treasurer position, I would like to invite Olav from Trondheim. Whenever you start, I will start to measure the time.
Okay, great. Dear delegates, dear besties, dear friends. My name is Olav. I come from LPG Trondheim, and I'm here to ask for your support to become the next treasurer of BEST. 25 years has passed since BEST has been founded. During these 45 years, BEST has developed a lot. Now it is time to figure out where we want to be in the future. Now it's time to develop even further. But how are we going to achieve this? I've been in local board. I've been a member of Hintim for 1.5 years, since July. I've been a part of Hintim management. And what I've seen during my time in BEST is that one of the most important things in order to be able to develop is to have the financial stability. One of the ways we can achieve this financial stability is through career support.
It is one of the services of BEST. It is one of the ways we achieve our vision and fulfill our mission. When students graduate, it's our last chance to help them. To help them keep their international mindset and give them the job of their dreams in another country. But also, it's about other stakeholders as well. We help companies get the applicants they want, the future employees for international jobs. And we help universities get students that like to study outside of their country. As well as by improving our tools for career support, we're able to better support the refugees to become more sustainable and stronger and carry on. A positive side effect, which was where I started, is the money that we bring. That gives us financial stability to improve. A couple of years ago, we targeted a new group with career support. We started cooperating with universities to bring study opportunities to students. And this has proven to be quite successful. Over the last years, we also started using social media for providing this career support. And we're investigating how we can use LinkedIn for a better interaction within students and our partners. Last year, a very big innovation came. It was Best Career Day, which happened for the second time a few days ago here in Bucharest. This is a project with a huge potential, but it needs to be defined. It means to find its format, and it needs to grow up and develop. But the point is, we have introduced some new ideas, but we need to continue. We need to innovate our services in order to become a better organization, better at what we do. The other means of achieving financial stability is through grants. But this also is not only about money. It also brings credibility to the organization. It's been a very good job the last years, and one of the main successes is now coming to an end for the framework agreement. This means that there are new opportunities, new chances we must take. And with hard work together with Grants Working Group, I'm sure we will achieve this. But why am I talking all about this money? Why are we working so hard to fulfill our budgets? Is it so that we can flash some cash around? Is it so we can tell people that we're a rich organization? No. It is so we are able to achieve our vision. It is so we are able to fulfill our mission. It is so we are able to deliver high-quality services and satisfy all our stakeholders, if you know what I mean. And now, in order to achieve this, we have to work together. This is not something any one of us can do by ourselves. We need to develop to be able to do what we believe in. Yesterday, 300 besties were gathered in this room, working together on creating the future for BEST. We need to continue this, and I want to be a part of this together with all of you. I would like to give back to the organization that has given me so much, and I want to do this together with all of you and by taking a leading position. I think I have the experience to be able to do this, and I'm ready to take the challenge. I want to dedicate my next year to working hard for all of you, together with all of you, and therefore I ask you to support me, to give me your trust, and support me to becoming the treasurer of the 27th board of BEST. Thank you.
first, I would like to give the word to aGAinBucharest.
I'm Victoria from aGAinBucharest. And first of all, Ula, I just want to say, our LBG is so proud of you today for running to the board. I just wanted to know that. And for the rest of you, I want to tell you a few things about Ula. My first meeting with Ula was when he was in the board and I became a best member. And he was very motivating. He cares about his LBG. You could really see his passion for FR and also the LBG. Even as a boardie, he decided to go into Think Team. And yeah, his passion, you can really see it, both for FR, his LBG. It was a real pain in the ass on our last LJ, questioning everything. But this is because he cares. He cares about the future of Best. This is a guy you can trust. He has passion, he cares about the future, and he wants to improve what we already have. I want you all to know, I want Ula to know that he has the entire Penguins family in Trondheim's support. Thank you, Ula.
First question is from Tali, and after that, Bratislava.
Hi, Karin from Tallinn. A general meeting is an event for everyone. And what do you think about the idea that every LBG, considering their financial status, should contribute to the budget of general meeting, so the pressure would be less on the hosting LBG?
Thank you for the question. Indeed, now there are not that many LBGs that are able to organize events, organize general meetings, and this is something we need to look at. When it comes to asking money from the LBGs, I would rather like to focus on improving the way we're doing fundraising, the way we are able to fundraise for general meeting, such as developing further Best Career Support, Best Career Day, and develop the relation we have to our partners, so that we are able to provide more support from the international side.
Bratislava, and after that, extra Hakovo.
Gabor from Bratislava. I see you're mentioning a lot your passion into fundraising and financial stability, Best Career Day. I'd like to ask you, what's your motivation rather to candidate for this position, the position of treasurer, than to go to be a powerful member of the Think Team or the coordinator of the Think Team?
Thank you for your question. During the last year, I've been in the management of Think Team, and it has given me a lot to be able to contribute there, and it has also learned a lot. But even though I have a strong passion for fundraising, this is not all I care about. This organization as a whole has meant so much to me, and I really want to contribute to all parts of it, and therefore I'm not running for the board, because then I will be able to affect all areas, not only some parts of it.
Extra Jacobo, and after that, Naples.
Do you think we need any big changes in Best Career Day, and if yes, which ones?
Thank you for the question. Still, Best Career Day is a very young project. It was only the second time. So, as I mentioned, we really need to evaluate what is working there and what is not. This was also a topic in yesterday's OSD session. And right now, I think we will need to get that input and also involve everyone to see what are the actual changes we should do and how we should further develop Best Career Day.
Naples, and after that, Valladolid.
Alessandro from Naples. First of all, congratulations for running to this position. Currently, as you know, the budget making process starts from the top and arrives to the LBGs. Do you like this structure, or would you like to change something? And if yes, what? Thank you.
Thank you for the question and for the support. What I think is that it's really hard to involve all 3,300 members from the start in creating a budget. And that is why there is, in my opinion, it's beneficial to give the LPGs something to discuss. And the proposal that comes, the first draft, is only a draft. And there are several rounds of feedback, and the LPGs, all interested people in BEST, are invited to become a part of this through the budgetary commission and contribute through that.
Next question is from Valladolid, and after that, Patrick.
Violeta from Valladolid. Congratulations for running. I wish you good luck. So, since you're going to be treasurer, you will have a specific task in your position and also as a board. How do you see your involvement with LinkedIn for the next year?
Thank you for the question. LinkedIn is very important in order to fulfill the budget and ensure the financial stability. I would like to be involved in the strategy of FinTeam and in the major decisions, but I will trust the FinTeam management to take care of the daily tasks and the daily operation of the committee, as I'm sure that the people that will be in FinTeam management will be very capable people.
Next question is from Patrick, and after that, Gothenburg.
Congratulations for running, and I wish you the best of luck. My question is the following. A big part of the treasurer's job is consisting on administrative tasks. So how do you plan to stay motivated to perform these kind of tasks when you are going to be at home? Thank you.
Thank you for the question and support. What is important for me is to have a real good team. That's part of the reason why I'm running the board, is to be a part of the team spirit that I've seen in both this board and the previous board, and keeping close communication, close contact with them. I'm sure it will motivate me to stay through the tasks, even though at sometimes it might get a bit boring. I'm sure this will help. Thank you.
Gothenburg, and after that, Barcelona.
Imagine, I'm Mats from Gothenburg. Imagine you have 10,000 euros to place anywhere you like in the budget. What would you do with it?
Right now, for the budget, the biggest differences between this budget and last year's budget is the internal support for GMs and RMs. And I mean, it makes sense. And this is events that is hard to organize. And right now, I think this would be a very smart place to place this money.
Next question is from Barcelona, and after that, Ben.
Okay, Majid from Barcelona. Barcelona would like to know about the best career day, about the current model and proposed structure. What's your opinion about organizing the BCD as a simple event separated from GA?
Thank you for your question. Organizing BCD, well, okay, I'll go back a bit. The job fairs and the career days in the official opening days started to help finance our general meetings. And when we realized, and Best Career Day was an initiative to increase this, to make this more efficient. However, Best Career Day is also a service for external students, and it's possible that it would be better to organize it as a standalone event. And this is something I would like to work upon when we are continuously evaluating the project and taking into account the input that was given yesterday. And by continuous developing it, we will see in the future.
Ben, and afterwards Brussels.
Mateusz from the band. First of all, congrats for running for the most prestigious position in the board. So in the upcoming weeks, you will have quite a lot of things to learn about accounting and other administrative things. And it's important that you will be able to acquire this knowledge in this short period of time. So my question is, could you give example out of past when you had a situation or experience like this about the learning in the short period of time?
Outside of BEST or inside of BEST?
Outside.
After my first years of studies, I got an internship in a subsea company, and honestly, the only subjects I had was math. And there, I had to learn a lot of things like computer-aided design and documenting several software. And I was basically just given a project and saying, fix this. So I was spending a lot of time on YouTube trying to learning this, and actually it worked out, and my employees were really happy, or my employer was really happy about it. So I think I managed to learn it quite quickly then.
Cool, thanks.
Next question is from Brussels, and after that, Hooch.
Hi, Peter from Brussels. First of all, thank you for the speech and good luck on running. My question was, and if I understood correctly from your speech, you said that best career support could actively help local level. How do you see this, and why do you think that it is your job to promote this, as you used it in your speech?
Thank you for the question. Right now, we are providing the same tools we use for best career support, also for the local groups. Meaning that local groups get access to the CV database for the CVs belonging to their universities. They are able to send career newsletters to the students belonging to their universities. And by improving these services, we will automatically improve the services that we provide for the LBGs in that way. By doing this, we will help the LBGs.
Rich.
Janek from LBG Łódź. You told us that fundraising is your passion, but what is your experience in general finance management, and do you think it's sufficient to fulfill your duties as treasurer?
Thank you for your question. In general finance management, such as budgeting and accounting, I do not have that much experience. But I would also like to say that that's what BEST is about. It's about to learn. And from the previous treasurers also, the experience has not been that much with this. And I truly trust that I will get a proper KT from my predecessor, and that from that I will be able to learn what I need to do, and that she will be around whenever I need it for an entire year. Thank you.
So we reached 15 minutes of question time. Therefore, I would like to get the opinion of the plenary whether I should take more questions from the list. So if we should go on with question round, please indicate thumbs up. Otherwise, indicate thumbs down. And I would like only the first row to show their opinion. I see more thumbs down. So I would like to ask you to give a huge round of applause for Olaf. Next position is the secretary. So I would like to invite Joanna from there. Whenever you start, I will start the time. Change. We've heard these words a lot of times in the past few days. And change is inevitable. It will happen whether we like it or not. And it's true, it might be really scary. However, I don't see change as a threat. I see it as an opportunity to do something greater. I've experienced change in my life until now. A rather big one, I might say. After I finished my bachelor studies, I decided I will pack my bags and leave for a new country, a new city, to continue my studies. And I moved to Delft. I have to admit it was not easy. I had to leave behind my friends, my family, my favorite places, my mother tongue, my mother's cooking. But I did it anyway. And I did it because I had a dream and I had a goal. I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to explore the world, and I wanted to do it in my own way. When I arrived in Delft, I couldn't stay away from this organization. So I joined the local LBG. Even though I had 2 years in West Timișoara already, I realized I don't know enough in order to do as much as I want. So I started with a train shop. The people that I've met there, their amazing motivation, their incredible dreams, inspired me to join the board as secretary when I returned. It was a wonderful year. After a few months, I decided I want to take a bigger step. So I became a trainer. During my time as a trainer, I've met incredible people. I started to travel around Europe to meet besties, and I started to learn a lot more about Best. I've seen people that have a lot of potential. I've seen people that are really ready to work hard. There are people that want to make improvements. A few months ago, I took the decision to take another challenge, and I became Knowledge Management Coordinator. Working on this project helped me develop projects that will help LPGs to become more sustainable, that will help them develop further. They will be able to use the knowledge, an invaluable asset that we have, an asset that lies inside our organization and inside our people, even though we might not know. It has been a great honor to work on this project, and I am really happy with the achievements that we've made together. However, there is still a lot of work to be done yet. We do not thrive when we've done it all, but when there is still more to do. During the next year, BEST will have to research. BEST will have to innovate. BEST will have to develop ideas and set directions that will be followed by the next generations. I would like to be there to do it together with you as a member of the board. As secretary, I will be there to support my fellow boardies. I will be there to support the LPGs. I will be there to support our members. I will be there to support BEST, just like BEST gave me support in a moment that I needed it most. So, as you see, I don't see change as a threat. I think we should embrace change. Because in the end, in the face of change, the advice that I give myself is be brave, be
courageous. Be scared to death, but take the next step anyway. I am Ioana, and I'm running for secretary in the 27th Board of Trustees. Thank you. First, I would like to give the word to LPG Delft.
Well, congratulations, Ioana, and thank you for the courage, inspiration. Ioana here is actually one of her closest friends, a caring friend, an inspirational person that will guide you, will help you, will support you. She came to Delft when we needed the most, somebody who would inspire us to go back to the roots. We have an identity thanks to getting the international involvement once again. And I would like to say to Ioana that everybody here in Delft, in my WhatsApp, believes on you. I also know that everybody here is inspired by you. And, well, we only want to say that we believe in you and rise and shine. Delft supports, fully supports you.
First question is from Budapest, and after that, Kat.
Congratulations, Parani. Christoph from Budapest. I have a question. Like this board started to work on making GMs more efficient. What actions would you do regarding this?
Thank you for your question. Well, as a first change that has started to be implemented this year for the commissions, I totally believe in this concept, and but still there is more work to do in this manner. However, I still believe that we have a lot of content during GMs, and we don't have enough of time to go through all of it. And I will try to find ways to make a more efficient use of time.
Next question is from Kat, and after that, Graf.
So first of all, congratulations for running. As you probably know, secretary position is so amazing because the secretary can be really involved in any area of PEST, absolutely any area of PEST. Therefore, I would like to ask you, which are your interests apart from the secretary standard duties? Thank you for your question, Kat. Well, as you know, this year I've worked on knowledge management, a project that last year and this year as well was under Vice President for Internal Support. However, I would like to take this project under my wing in the next year because I already have a lot of knowledge on it, and I really see directions in which we can improve a lot more on this.
Next question is from Graz, and after that, Ben.
Azra from Graz. My question is regarding that you are a trainer. How do you see the problem of taking a big responsibility like being a secretary and still staying a trainer? You may deliver on RMs, but how do you want to try to deliver otherwise as well?
Thank you for your question. It is true that when you have big responsibilities, for example, as being in the board, you have to make some sacrifices. I love training, I love delivering, it's one of my passions, it's something that motivates me a lot in BEST, but I realize that being a member of the board, I will need to focus my attention on something else. This doesn't mean that I won't deliver whenever I will have the occasion and whenever I will have the time, but I don't want to sacrifice the work that I will do as a secretary to the one of being a trainer.
Also, I have full trust in all the other trainers that we have in this organization. So I don't think it would be a problem for the organization, more like a personal thing that I will miss for a year, let's say. Question from the band, and afterward ITC.
Hello, I'm Vika from the band. I'm asking a question on behalf of Magda from the band as well. She was our secretary in the 25th board. So the question is, how do you see the role of VIP and the forum, and how would you see it being used during your year?
Thank you, Magda, for the question. As I said, we have a lot of content during GM, and we don't have enough of time. That's why we have the electronic voting, which through VIP, which helps a lot. But also, we experience change. We have GMs only 2 times a year, and we might need changes that need to be voted upon during the year outside of GMs. So this is the purpose that I see for VIP outside the electronic voting during GMs. Also, about the involvement in VIP on the discussions and the voting that is happening outside GMs. I don't see LPGs that involved all the time. However, I think this could be improved, and I would like to work on this.
Next question from ITC, then Graz.
Joanna from ITC. First of all, ITC wants to support knowledge management, and what we would like to know is which part of knowledge management project regarding that needs PA would you like to prioritize, and why?
Thank you for the question. There are several projects that are really important. However, I will focus. How many do you want? Okay. Then I will focus on 2 of them. The first one is the best library. I believe it's an extremely important project because best library will give the opportunity to everybody to have a visual overview over what kind of information there is on PA and find it very accessible. And the second one would be knowledge management page, a page where you should find information about the current projects of the knowledge management project, the status of the project, the current model that we want to use for knowledge management, and also documentation on this and tools that you will be able to use during each step of developing a knowledge management system.
Graz.
Dora from Graz. My question would be, how do you want to implement the knowledge and the experience you gained as coordinator of the knowledge management project?
Thank you for your question. During this time, as knowledge management coordinator, I worked with a lot of people. I worked with members, I've worked with committees, I've worked with committee members, I've worked with other projects, and it helped me gain an overview over the whole organization, which I think will be very beneficial for this position.
Next question from Beth.
Well, I got one question from Joey. He says, in behalf of Delp, how will you use all the radical knowledge learned in Delft to bring towards international work?
Well, thank you, Joey, for the question. The thing, the most important thing that I've learned when I got to Delft was the diversity. I mean, that was the moment that I truly saw the diversity that we have in our organization. I came from an old LPG, a very structured one with a lot of members, with a lot of projects, with a lot of events, to a new one that was only 3 years old. I was in the fourth one. I saw different working methods. I saw different approaches, and this helped me realize that we are diverse, and it helped me understand that I will have to be flexible. I will have to adapt the way I work with every single LPG, and I think this will help me a lot during the next year. Okay.
And another, as you also know, the secretary is heavily involved in membership, and together with the BLGS are taking care of the groups. I would like to know how you see, how is your vision regarding your involvement in the membership process next year.
Thank you, Kat. Together with the Vice President for Local Group Support next year, and also the regional advisors, I would like to have an overview over the situation of LPGs. First of all, to help them or to support them in case they need advice, because we had some in such a way so they won't get to the situation in which they would be proposed for suspension, and offer them support and inform them about the monitoring status that they can achieve and improve nursing. This would be one. And the second one, I would also like to have a very close contact with the observers group and improve the way we integrate new members inside our organization.
Are there any other questions for Joanna? If not, then she deserves a huge round of applause.
Thank you.
So now that we've finished with the speeches for the executive board position, I have the question for Joe, if we have any announcement. Okay, then I want to give the word to Joe.
Okay. All right, announcements. So first, apparently drinking cups have been stolen, or they're missing, or they just went off by themselves. So people need them. So if you see someone drinking glasses or cups, whatever, hiding somewhere, just bring them to a visible place. There's an X-Men meetup near the board table. Professor X is waiting for you. For the voting for tomorrow, all these people there, come to the board table. There was a shower request for some people. Apparently, there is some smell somewhere. I don't know. You should know by yourself. You can do a checkup. You raise your arm and you. V09. There's a meetup at the Push Table. The Push Table is, I think, pretty popular, so you should go there for a good picture. There's a last call for something. It's really the last call. RPG video. If you want in, you should meet Stefan from Belgrade by the exit of the plenary or entrance. I don't know. You should figure out. And we're done.
I would like to give the word to Kat.
I would like to remind all the LPGs that are either delegating their votes to some other LPG or are accepting delegation to approach the board table in lunch break, beginning of lunch break. Also, if some other people that haven't approached me yet are going to leave tomorrow during the day at some point, please come to me so that we see if you need to delegate or not. And specifically, I would like to ask for Stockholm, Aalborg, and Brussels ULB.
Thank you, Kat. There's another announcement from Tom.
From the board. As you know, yesterday we had OST, and as you can see on the flip chart over here, as Matti already said yesterday, there is a sentence, a mysterious sentence, which can only be unlocked if you upload your reports from the topics. So please, please take some minutes from lunch or coffee breaks and upload the minutes by the end of GA in order to have a proper follow-up from the session, because otherwise the session is meaningless. Thank you. And if you have any questions regarding how to upload the minutes and everything, just come to me.
Thank you very much. So we are 10 minutes late from lunch, since we took more questions for the president position, but still you will have a quite long lunch break. I would like to remind you to be back at the plenary at 3, because we will continue with the board speeches from the vice president. And I'm closing the session now.
Yeah. You know, picture. Did you hear it? Yeah.
I see what's next new. Oh my So before dinner,
the host of the speeches, the Vice President, and we're going to start with Vice President for External Services, where we have two candidates. So we will make the randomization of the order. Meanwhile, I would like to invite Uyan and Thomas to join us at the board table. So the order of the speeches will be loading. First Thomas and then Uyan. So I will start to measure the time when you start your speech, and I will show the 0 minutes 10 seconds before your time expires. I would also like to remind you to raise your questions only after the speech is finished. When you're ready.
I want to ask you all to go back in time. Not 1 year, not 10 years, but think back millions of years. A time that still everything was in the sea, nothing was at land. We were afraid of land, we were just living in the sea. One day we took the challenge. Some of us took the challenge to go to land. And now, during this day, we're all here standing as men, honest and proud to be standing on land. This is also something we do as besties. We take a lot of challenges. And that's also today for me. Today I'm standing here and taking my greatest challenge I ever took. Dear GA delegates, dear besties, dear livestream watchers, I'm Thomas Uitendalen from LDG Leuven, and I'm hereby presenting myself as candidate for Vice President of Internal Services. For me, I was one time just a student, swimming into the sea, not knowing about the land. But 2.5 years ago, a hand reached in the water, looking out to me, and reaching out to me, and I took the hand. I was afraid. I landed on the beach. But then I opened my eyes. I stood up, and I saw a lot of people, smiling people. People motivated and working all the time on events, things I didn't understand in the beginning. Slowly, I took responsibilities. My life started in eBay. I also took a long part in it. So I started in eBay Leuven, and slowly I moved on. I moved towards all best. I ran around the whole island where I was started. And slowly, I got to know more about this. I saw what best all does. During eBay, I also saw like this career support. Students talking with companies, and afterwards seeing people working at the companies over there. Also, I was also locally involved, and I saw there talking with professors. The talks with the professors inspired me and moving me also forward, and I did also a lot of local there. Now, slowly, I'm going back to my hometown. And on the way, I saw a little house. A little house, I didn't know what happened there. I just entered. I didn't know what was inside, but slowly, I got the feeling it was something special. When I was there, I looked into, and I opened my eyes, and I dreamt. I dreamt about things that I could do. I dreamt about things I couldn't do. And some of the things I tried to do, but I didn't work out. So, yeah, failing. It's part of life. It's not easy. It hurts. It's when you stand up and you look back where you struggled, you learn a lot. You develop yourself. And that's what I like about this. We're here to take challenging. We're here to take part of life. We're here to develop ourselves. Sometimes we struggle. Sometimes we fail. But before you know, there's somebody who's there standing around you. A lot of besties are there to help you out at the moment you have problems. So slowly, we're moving here to develop ourselves. And also what I saw yesterday was amazing. During this event, I dreamt a lot. But yesterday, I saw the whole plenary dream. So the whole plenary dream about the future of West. Dreaming, working, and all standing together to work to make the best of our organization. For me, I also have a lot of dreams. When I look to the future of eBay, Best, and the whole organization, I see many things. I see many things that could happen. But first of all, I see happy students. I see satisfied companies. I see universities supporting us in our activities. But especially, I see also motivated besties working every day, every hour on making this organization better as it already is. To get there, we need to change things in Best. We need to change. And I have two goals I want to work on in the future. One of them I will start with. It's already been said by also a lot of the other candidates. We need to change and maintain our services. A lot of our services are really well, so we need to maintain them. But we also need to change some of them. So, what we're going to do there is we're going to develop services. But also we need to have a structure, a way of approach to change how those services are done. Secondly, when we have our new services we can do, we also need to make sure that we can develop them, we can support them. We need to think on how we're going to support our services, be flexible enough to make our new service happen. In the end, we can do a lot of things. It all depends on you, all here standing in front of you, but also sitting here and looking at us. Now, I'm getting to the end of my speech. I had a lot of dreams, and I'm going back to my island of Best. And I'm standing here, I'm looking around, and I see my destination. I see the destination I want to do with the organization. But it's far. There's also a river, and I cannot cross it myself. I need help. I need help, and I'm looking around, and I see a lot of people standing here. I see future bodies, committee coordinators, international bodies, but also I see LBJ delegates. I see besties looking. I don't see them, but I think they will see me. So I see besties looking to me, and I see them motivated. So I'm here standing in front of you, and what I can do is I can take my first stone. I can take my first stone and put it down and start making my bridge. But I cannot do it myself. So I'm here to ask all of you, will you help me in all putting the stone with my bridge and getting together to our destination of Best? Thank you.
Whenever you're ready.
Dear friends, my name is Orian from LBG Milan, and today I'm honored to be standing here in front of you all as a candidate for the position of Vice President for External Services of the 27th International Board of Best. I'd like to tell you a bit more about my Best life. More than 2 years ago, I decided to join this wonderful organization by attending our local recruitment. I was very lucky because I immediately had the chance to attend one of our events, which was regional meetings in Belgium. There, I learned a lot about our values. I learned about our services, and I understood that Best was a very special organization. And I decided to stay a bit more and see what I wanted to do inside it. As time passed, I became more and more involved in Best by becoming a local boardie and joining Educo. And then GA Valladolid came. For me, it was a very special event because there I was able to see how big was the scope of our organization. It was the moment that I saw a lot of motivated and talented people working toward the same goal. It was the moment that I decided that I wanted to do even more for our organization. It was the moment that I decided that one day I wanted to be sitting on the other side of the plenary. And that is why I'm here, now, standing and taking this challenge. But why external services? In my opinion, a lot of student NGOs are very similar in its spirit, because we're all students that are very passionate about what we are doing, and we believe in what we are doing. So what makes us special and different from others? External services. What makes us special is how we are working toward reaching our vision and mission. Next year will be a very interesting one, because we will be kicking off the next 25 years of our organization by shaping its future. Confucius said that success is based upon previous preparation, and without such preparation, there's only to be failure. As a personal goal for the mandate, I would like to research ways to innovate and improve our services so that the next generations can work upon such preparations and find success for our external services. Why am I fit to be your next VPES? Well, I have a lot of knowledge about our services, thanks to my time in Educo and in market research project. I think that my involvement in market research project is especially relevant because there I had the chance to learn more about what other people think of us. And this helped me be more open-minded, more flexible. I will not be scared to take new approaches to what we do and to be different. Also, I was very lucky because I was able to attend our partner NGOs event. And there I was able to see how they are delivering their external services. And that is very important to have new and different ideas. We will improve our courses. We will improve our engineering competitions. We will improve our educational involvement. And we will improve our career support. How? We will find out together. Together with you all, together with my fellow boardies, together with the knowledge that is inside international bodies. Together, we will find out if you choose me as your next Vice President for External Services. Thank you for your time.
First, I would like to give the word to LBG Logan.
Hello. Okay. I'm Kimberly from LBG Leuven, and I would like to tell you something about Thomas. So yeah, Thomas is a member from our LBG, and what you know about him that he is a very hard worker. He's very busy all the time, and he is going to a lot of events. But every time he is in Leuven, he is there for supporting us, even if he is only there for a few hours. Also, you are there for me personally too, and I really appreciate that. Also, something I would like to say, what I like about you is that you never take anything for granted. You have a very critical way of looking at things, and that's also why you always are trying to improve everything. You take everything to the next level by your critical way of looking at everything, and that's also why you are inspiring people. Thomas, you are awesome. We are very proud that you are a member of our LBG, and I would like to say that Thomas has the full support of LBG Leuven.
Now I would like to give the word to LBG Milan.
Hello, I'm Fabrizio from Milan. Oh yeah, LBG Milan is proud to be the place where the journey that brought you here in the GI in front of all of us began 2.5 years ago. As I joined BEST, I faced a world-beautiful world in which I felt so lost. till I found you. Living and sharing the same group that taught you how to make your first steps in BEST, you inspired me. Then you continue to go more and more internationally involved, but still finding the time to take care of us. You've been a teammate, a guide, a mentor, but most important of all, you told us that the most important role in a student association is to be a good friend, and you are. Oh, you are our brightest star, and words will never be enough to express how grateful we are. Your success. BG Milan is proud to support you. Thank you.
First question is from Thessaloniki, and afterwards Stockholm.
Hello, and welcome to Thessaloniki. First of all, congratulations for running. This question is for Thomas. I want to ask you, right now you are topic responsible for EPIC final, right? How are you going to manage in the summertime and like this time now to give time to EPIC and to do all the trainings and the knowledge transfer that's required for the president?
First of all,
Not the president, sorry, VP.
First of all, thank you for these questions. Yeah, for me personally, I was also challenged a lot with this question. I was thinking for a long time how I'm going to manage. But I was talking with people. I was talking with my coordinator, thank you, Charlie, with other people, and they all guaranteed me if I would like to, I have my motivation to go for it, it's possible. I just have to find time, and I'm able to find time. I did the planning myself, and also what I did over the years, I also was planning this to do this. I also gave my own team a lot of responsibilities. Each person in my team is responsible for a project, and they're doing a lot themselves. So I have a good team that works really well with me, and I have the feeling that I can support them and give them enough flexibility that they will manage, and also EBEC final will be the best.
Next question is from Stockholm, and afterwards Clement.
Hi, Arvin, Stockholm. First of all, I see you're both fellow computer engineering students. Cheers. Which leads me to my question. A significant topic of discussion yesterday was the importance of T in BEST. And combined with the band's excellent presentation offering career advice during Speaker's Corner, it leads me to ask, do you believe BEST should offer to further develop students in their personal programs and studies? Or what further development do you see in this regard? Thank you.
It's a question for both delegates, and since Thomas started the speeches, now Oyan should start with answering the question.
Okay, so yesterday during OSD, we were also dealing with this issue, like during your T in our logo and also in other sessions. And as I also said in my speech, I think it's really important that we evaluate what we are doing and see what we can improve. So yes, I think that we should be giving more technical knowledge to external students who are coming to our course. I'm still not sure how we will do this, but we will find out together next year.
Yeah, it's Dego. Thank you for your question. For me personally, I also saw a lot of people thinking, and there was also a discussion group workshop a few days ago back then. I think a lot of ideas were coming up. Of course, we need to work on how we do our services. We need to think, what is the content we are providing? What are people taking home? We can look around to what other student organizations are doing, but we can also look to ourselves. In the end, we're providing knowledge with courses, we're providing theoretical knowledge, practical knowledge with, for example, competitions. What if we merge these two? This would be one way of interaction. Of course, there's other ways of interaction, but to give you one example, this would be the one. And I'm happy to get to know all of you better. I think a lot of outcomes yesterday will bring more and more ways of doing more and more technology, pedagogy, to get more inputs in this session.
Lemon, and afterwards Timișoara.
First of all, congratulations on taking this challenge, and I wish you all both good luck. Both of you covered the area of development of our services in your speeches and the necessity of it. And we also know that it's very important to include all the aspects of this organization in the development. So I'm interested to know how do you see ideally involvement of all the LBGs in this development part?
For me personally, I think that right now a lot is decided on international level. We're working a lot on developing and brainstorming about ideas together on committee meetings, on events, on IPFs, for example. We should more connect with local LPGs. I think you do a lot of really good stuff. And what I think is if you provide a more flexible structure in this, like to get to know more how things happen on local level and give the possibilities to present them more on international level, I think we can already get a lot forward and get to develop them and get more improvements. But of course, we also need to think about quality, our quality assurance, so we also need to have the proper ID and supervision of the projects.
I think that to involve everybody on test in thinking how we should develop our services, we need to have at least two things, in my opinion. The first, we should make something like a survey to LPGs. So LPGs can give them immediately their input, like ideas or what kind of direction they think external services should take. And the second thing that I think is that, in my opinion, is really important, is to have a workshop similarly to what we had this year about structured workshop evaluation. Because because in surveys, people can write stuff, but it's in event where people are really working to see and find solutions. And in structured evaluation, there were not only international people, but also people from LPGs. So I think that these two ways of surveys and event will be the right way to involve as many people as possible. And of course, we will have general meetings, so we can discuss that also.
Next question is from Timișoara, and after that, Naples.
Finta from Timișoara. What is your vision about the courses that will happen in the future that the LPGs organize? Do you have any ideas to improve them? Do you want to change something in their structure?
Uyan, first.
I think that everyone here likes how our courses are structured, but there's a lot of room for improvement that we find that especially during OST. And I personally think that we should put more emphasis in the educational part, because at the moment in courses, like, you have a lot of fun, you learn a lot, you have cultural part, fun, parties, and you learn how to relation with people from different cultures. But what is missing is the quality in the educational part, because some courses they have really high level and they are awesome, but in the others we don't know. So personally, I would like to focus more on this, and the rest it can more or less stay the same at the moment.
Thank you for your question. Over the last 2 years, we did a market research, an extensive market research to what students require, to university requires, also what companies want. I think with this data, we can already find out what students want from our courses, because in the end, we're providing services to external students. And we can also see in the evaluations after the courses what students in fact think about these courses. With these two things combined, I think we have the knowledge of what students expect from us, and also what they think in the end, what they get. The two things combined, I think we can go to an individual approach to LPGs to get individual, like we should improve on that. But on the global level, we can also say, if people are here, what is the biggest impression afterwards? It was clear yesterday, a lot of things were, yeah, we have some problems with our images of our courses. We could also go on more content-wise, like with other events. If people look back to an event, that they don't think about the parties only, also about the things they learned during the events.
Niba Scott, the question. I want to ask Milan whether they have a question or if it was the word for support. Do you also have a question?
No.
Okay. Then Ansta, and afterwards Ben.
Hi, Florian from Elsta. Right now, eBay is quite big in some region, but also quite struggling in others. What kind of thing both of you are thinking about to make the weakest eBay stronger? If you have something.
Thomas first.
Thank you for this question, Esther. When we in fact look to what eBay is in the past 5 years and now the 6th edition, we're growing a lot. In the beginning, well, most of us didn't expect that this was going to be that big. But we have in fact now this manifestation of a structural problem in eBay. We see that we're not able to provide sufficient support toward the LBGs, toward the national regional routes, and even for final, it's always something, not always easy. So what I would suggest is that we look further, we take the necessary resources in the eBay project of a final. We first restructure the project in general, and we provide that way more knowledge toward the LBGs. For example, we're working right now on guidelines. We'll have you also a booklet of what you can do.
In my opinion, the reason that some LBGs are really struggling with eBay is not really related to how eBay itself is structured, but with the lack of knowledge, in my opinion, is in some LBGs. The LBGs that have really good and enjoyable, let's say, local eBay run is because they know how to do it and they have really good best practices. So what I would like to do for this is not to have international level give more support to the LBGs, because in the end, LBGs who are organizing it know even more than us. So what I would like to do is to improve the sharing between LBGs about local runs, like best practices and so on, because that's the way I see we can improve, like the weak groups can improve their local runs.
Ben, and afterwards, Warsaw.
Hello. So congratulations to both of you, and yeah, my big thumbs up for running for the best position, of course. Yeah, we have an extensive portfolio of services that we as BEST as an organization provide, and they all, of course, need to be taken well care of. And there are various ways to do that. So according to your experience with the services of BEST and with your vision in mind that you have for BEST, do you think we need a services strategy? Why or why not? And in case you think we do, can you say in a concrete way how you see this being implemented? And I'd like you to case your answer.
Can you repeat the last part? To what?
What do you want me to repeat?
To what our answer?
Keep it short and simple.
So, yes, I think that we need a services strategy, because working year by year, it's not enough. And also, LKSP by itself, it's not enough to have to develop our strategy in a unified and long-term way. And how I will do it is to do something similar to LKSP, but applied only to services. So, have brainstorming and think how we want to see our courses or other services in the next 5 or 10 years, and try to reach that goal.
So for me, I'm thinking we're many BEST, we're many pieces, but in fact we're one BEST, one branch. We need to make sure that in fact all the services we provide, when people are applying for our services, they still come back and they think, okay, that was BEST stuff, that was something from BEST. So, in my opinion, we also should make sure that we have a general idea of what we want to reach with BEST. But, of course, we need to have the proper flexibility to make sure that we are developing and also making sure that we are innovating all the time. So, I think we need to have a service management, service strategy, but on the other side, we still need to be flexible, to be adaptable to new ideas that arise in the coming years.
Next question from Warsaw, and after that Bucharest.
Hello, I'm from Warsaw. I have a question to Oyan regarding your responsibility during the previous year with university market research. And I'd like you to tell me what were the outcomes that you didn't expect, and how do you see them helpful? How do you see them helpful to become more relevant as an organization?
Okay, so in market research, I was taking care of the whole university part. So basically, I had to decide how we were going to do the survey, make it, disseminate it to LPGs, and make sure that as many answers as possible were coming back to me, and then elaborate the data with the rest of the market research team. How we can use this data? Okay, first the unexpected outcomes. Yes, I was not expecting that most of the university answered in a very similar way, because in the end, like culturally and geographically and so on, we're quite different. So it was very interesting for me to see. And what I find that will be very useful is that inside this survey, the university are saying like how they see us and what they want from us from the future and what they are getting now. So by taking this information into consideration when we will be planning for the next long-term strategic planning for our future, it will be very beneficial.
Thank you.
Next question from Bucharest, and after that from TV.
Hi, Andy from Bucharest. Congratulations on your speech up until now. I want to ask you about what are the action plans they are thinking of concerning eBEC and summer courses during the long strategic action plan, concerning that you saw open space technology time yesterday, and there were like a lot of topics concerning courses like the team technology, the thing that the besties like come really much into the courses, so many besties apply to the courses that this more or less is not external services, because we're not looking to improve besties, we're improving besties because we're here. Okay, so I would like you to develop this, what you're thinking, the plans. Okay, thank you.
For this, I would go back to Mario's speech. You have to put a lot of responsibility to LPGs. You're here and we all informed you about what's going to happen, what's wrong, in fact, with the best courses. And I think you are now all aware. If you go back to your LPG, you have to make also your LPG aware of this. For now, I think, on the short-term planning till summer course and eBay, I think we can, I hope that you all, GA delegates, will take this home with you and also spread it in your own LPG and make people aware of the problems we face. And then we can see afterwards, on the same time, we can develop a long-term plan.
I have some ideas, but at the moment I cannot really say how this action plan will be, because first we have to analyze all the data and information that has come in the past year, and it will come in the next year, because we have all the session and minutes that are from OSD, because of course I was leading sessions, I was not able to attend all the others too. So I had to check what other people were thinking. And also, like as I mentioned before, I would like to see what comes out from the survey or from the workshop, and only then we will be able to create a proper action plan for future generations to follow and develop the courses.
Next question from Rome TV, and afterwards Educo.
Matteo from Rome Brigada. Congrats for taking this challenge, guys. I have a question for Jan. You said that you saw how other organizations deliver external services. Is there a thing in particular that you would like to implement in this?
What I saw in other NGOs that I really like more than what we do is that they are more flexible. When they have a nice idea and they want to transform it into an actual project or service, they're much faster than us in doing that. And this is something that, in my opinion, I would really like. And if you want, and if your question was about a specific service or project or something like that, personally, I would like to see some services that develop entrepreneurship in students, because in my opinion, it's a very important skill.
Next question from Educo, and afterwards Barcelona.
Green, Educo. You both mentioned innovating educational involvement. So I wonder, without any further research that you also mentioned both, what is the field that would actually need innovating the most, and what are your ideas regarding that?
Okay, in my speech I was mentioning like innovating services in general. Personally, I don't think that, I think that the educational involvement part that we have in BEST is one of the services that we need less improvement on at the moment, because also yesterday in OST we agreed that like EOEs, for example, are one of the shining examples of how a course should be. So I don't really see too much changes at the moment in this field. But of course, after all the research, maybe something will pop up. But personally, I think it's fine like this.
Thank you, Educo. For me personally, what I see over here is I see more and more LPGs getting to know the local events on education, and also more and more LPGs are getting to know events in education. I think with promoting these events, I think we can really get valuable outcomes. Of course, we need to have topics for it. And for that, I'm not quite sure, I don't have the proper knowledge exactly in this field, what can be researched over there. But I think if we go back to like conferences, what are happening over there, I think we can take topics from over there into our events on education. And if we have the sufficient resources, I think we can even promote it more and more towards LPGs. Because as Oriana always said, the content is really good, and also people, when they're coming back, they're really happy what they did during event on education.
Next question from Barcelona, and after that EEC.
Barcelona. As LPG labels asked to Jorgen, do you think that the plenary is mature enough to decide about EBEC? And if so, would you implement the change in the election of the EBEC host and EBEC coordinator during your mandate?
Thank you for the question. I will take this question into two parts. First of all, the EBEC coordinator. What we saw in the past years is that EBEC is growing and growing. And in fact, we're not a project anymore. We're more and more working. We're like a working group getting more. So, in fact, to select the coordinator of EBEC, it's in fact not a problem. The problem is that the structure of EBEC is not sufficient. Once we change the structure of EBEC, most likely, also with the regulations, the coordinator will be elected by plenary. Second part of your question is the EBEC host. On that, I say I have different opinions. I have one opinion that says, of course, it's for all of us really important. Another question you have to think about yourself is, how many of you were ever at an EBEC final? Many of you were at EBEC national rounds. Many of you were at EBEC local rounds. Most of you were at EBEC local rounds. But from my experience, I can say the final, and I hope that Russia, Riga, and Zagreb, and all the other organizations are agreeing on this. Doing a final is not as safe as doing a national round. It's not as safe as doing a local round. It's not as safe as doing a local round. So I just need to do more research on it right now, but I'm not sure that all of you exactly know what it means to host a final. And if it turns out that you all know what it means to host a final, of course. But if it turns out that you don't have the sufficient knowledge, then it's a question mark for me.
About the EBEC final host, I have a similar opinion to what Thomas said, because first we have to check if plenary has the knowledge, enough knowledge to make a proper decision. Right? We cannot choose the host based on I like that LPG more or things like this, because it's one of the main events that we do that gives us the most visibility. So we have to be very careful in choosing this. And I think that at the moment, why is the international level is choosing this is because they know what is needed from a host to do this. But of course, if the plenary has enough knowledge, we can change this. And about the coordinator, I think that when you are electing the board and the management, you're not only giving them this position and tasks to what they should do during their year, but you're also telling them that you trust them and that you trust their decision. Like, you're putting, okay, we are working for you, but you are also choosing us to represent the organization and its will. So I think that the event coordinator being chosen by the international body is not such a bad thing, because in the end, we have a better overview of things generally. But again, like for eVectors, if we find that MDGs also have this overview, why not?
Next question from EEC.
Hello. So once again about DBEC. So during IPF and Structured Innovation Workshop, there were some sessions regarding modifications of responsibilities and working merits of EBEC team and related bodies. I would like to know, how do you plan to, if you do plan to follow up on that, how do you plan to do it? Both of you, yes.
Of course, I plan to follow up on on the discussions. Of course, further discussion is always needed to make sure. I mean, in my opinion, next year is a year of discussion, basically, because we will be saying what we will do in the future. So I will try to follow up and seek for further input, and then I will make a choice. At the moment, I cannot.
Thank you, Pedro. Thank you, AC, for the question. For me personally, I would say right now I'm too much involved in both projects, and I need to have some time to put all my thoughts also. I have knowledge right now, but I also want to read all the outcomes. And as far as I know, not all the reports were yet available for me on structures for workshops, so I'm not able to provide my input on them. About IPF, I know what happened over there. We had some problems. But in the end, I think we can manage. And if we put the reset button after this edition and we start up, we have, again, a good session, a good sharing session about what we all want to do with all the bodies together invest. I think we can reach an outcome that also for you, LBGs, you have the proper support and you have the proper way of providing EBEC and making EBEC better in the future.
Next question from Think Team.
Hello, Michele from FinTeam. First of all, I'd like to congratulate with both of you and I wish you good luck. So, my question is, I know that both of you are really involved in one of the committees that are, let's say, at the basis of the external services, because Educo and EC, they are the biggest part of external services. And particularly Oyan is involved in Educo and Thomas in EC. So you most probably have some gap of knowledge in the other committee. So how do you plan to fill this gap? Thank you.
First of all, I thank you for your question. First of all, I want to add another committee. I want to add FinTeam this year as well, with the best career support. With that, I think I have my knowledge. I've seen this event on GA, but also at EBEC, we're really closely connected with the best career data over there. For Educo, that's not a problem. For me personally, I'm not really active. I'm not a member of Educo Invest. But locally, I'm really aware of what is happening in educational involvement. I'm responsible for all my computer science students at university. For example, I got yesterday an email to select the heads of our department of computer science to validate my votes. So in the end, I know I have discussions with professors. I know what's going on, but of course I need to know more what's going on internationally, how Educo is working, but closely working together between, having knowledge transfer, having conversations with post-GA, also before, I think I can close that gap.
Of course, I don't have such a deep knowledge of EEC compared to EEC experienced members, but I still do have an overview of what they do, and I know how they work. But for any knowledge that I might be missing, I can just work on it. And in my opinion, it's true that you need to have knowledge about EEC, EDUCO, and whatever other body is needed for an external service. But as long as you have the basic knowledge, the role of the VPS is not to be a coordinator of the coordinators. Like you don't have to be creating the pressure on them. You're just like facilitating and making sure that everything is fine. So I think that with a bit of work, I will be fine.
The question round is now been 32 minutes long. So I would like to get the opinion of the plenary, whether you would like to continue with the questions on the list, or would you like to move to the next position? So continue with the questions, or go to the next position. I see more thumbs down, so thank you very much for Thomas and Uyan. So now we're moving to the next position, but before that, there's a technical from Prague.
I'm from Prague. I just can see through my big lenses that lots of people here is sleeping, so I would suggest some wake-up game.
Okay, then I will turn to Joe and let him invite someone to do a wake-up game for us.
So let's call the Spanish mark in the middle, do their thingy.
So you have to follow us with our movement and what we tell you to do. Okay. But I don't have voice. Yes. Okay, so
King Kong, es el baile más caliente. King Kong, de la selva tropical. King Kong, salsa para adelante. King Kong, salsa para atrás. King Kong, salsa para adelante. King Kong.
Just like
King Kong, es el baile más caliente. King Kong, la selva tropical. King Kong, brazo para adelante. King Kong, brazo para atrás. King Kong, brazo para adelante. King Kong, King Kong, King Kong. King Kong, es el baile más caliente. King Kong, de la selva tropical. King Kong, paso para adelante. King Kong, paso para atrás. King Kong, paso para adelante. King Kong, King Kong. King Kong, es el baile más caliente. King Kong, de la selva tropical. King Kong, paso para adelante. King Kong, paso para atrás. King Kong, paso para adelante. King Kong, King Kong.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Brad, for the proposal, and thank you, Spanish RPG, for the wake-up games. You may return to your seats now. The selection is not based on the time proposed, but we noticed that you're enthusiastic about presenting your wake-up game, so it will happen. So now, we're moving to the next position, Vice President for Internal Support. So I would like to invite Oscar. Wait. Whenever you're ready.
Dear plenary, dear besties, dear friends. Some say that life is defined from before we were born by destiny. They say that it is written in the stone of a pillar, to which you can neither add nor remove. But they also say that if it isn't broken, you shouldn't attempt to fix it. They also say that you only live once, and that nothing really matters anyway. So what do I say? Well, I say that they can call us misfits, they can call us rebels, they can call us good-for-nothings. They could glorify us, or they could vilify us. But one thing they cannot do, they cannot ignore us. For even though rebels might skip school, might go hitchhiking through all of Europe without any money, or might sleep on an airport floor, they do it because of the passion they have. So we are doing all of this because of the passion we have for this organization. And us, the misfits, are the ones who are working until 4 in the morning just to wake up at 7 again to go to school. We are the ones who are going in the airport looking for a plug, not to watch Game of Thrones or to play Minecraft, but to write reports and answer mails. So who am I? Well, I'm just a geeky guy from Timișoara who is following his passion. Because one thing I really love about this organization is the fact that even though we are like 20-something-year-old students, we do all these amazing things. We have a very high-quality training system. We have this unique identity. And we have these very good services, which we back up with a marketing strategy. We also have a very complex IT system, and we have that to facilitate the communication, so that we can focus on what's really important, the ideas behind them. I like challenges, and I like to challenge the status quo, because I believe that if you're staying still, and if you're not asking yourself, and not trying to change and evolve, that you're not going anywhere. And I believe that this organization has to always ask itself if it has to stand still. And I believe that in order for this organization to flourish, it has to constantly change. And I also like the feeling at the end of the day, which I get when I did something really amazing, and I know that that it was good for other people as well. And I like that feeling even more. If I know that my work in that day impacted an organization of over 3,300 students in 33 countries. So taking the task of being BPIS is a very big challenge. But it is a challenge I'm willing to take. Because I believe that without an internal structure, this organization cannot provide its services properly. All those people who apply to courses, who then go to them and have the time of their lives, all those people who apply to EBEC go through the local round, then national regional round, and then finally win the European final. All of those people could not benefit from all these amazing services if we wouldn't have had the structure we have. My experience I have in Tigro and ITC give me the skills, and also the involvement I had in the public website project recommend me for this challenge. I want to take care of the internal structure of BEST, and I also want to take care of its international HR, because if people in the committees, in the international teams are not working properly, this organization won't be able to evolve and won't be able to adjust itself to our surrounding area. For the following year, I expect to laugh, I expect to have fun, but I also expect to frown. I expect to be very demotivated at times. I expect to be mad, and I expect a lot of things. I expect to learn. I expect to learn a lot. I expect to learn about things I thought I knew, but I didn't. And I expect to learn about things I thought I didn't know, but I did. And I know that in all of this journey, I won't be alone, because there will be another 5 people in the international board with whom I am going to work together. As part of the board and as part of the management of BEST, I will work together to make BEST a better place. I will work to set the goals of BEST and then make sure that they are implemented properly, so that all these students outside are benefiting properly from our services. So here I am now, in front of you, 243 people who are willing to take this challenge, to make not only themselves, but to make whole Europe a better place, to provide all these opportunities for other students. I'm here in front of you to ask only one thing from you. I asked for your support in order to become the Vice President for Internal Support, the 27th Board of BEST. Thank you.
First, I would like to give the word to Timișoara.
I'm Vita from Timișoara. I met Oscar almost 2 years ago. I didn't know much about him, but I realized very quick that he's a smart guy. And during the time in BEST, he developed very much. And now he's a trainer, he's running for international board. But I think he's not only a trainer, he is a coach, actually. What does it mean? It means that Oscar is capable of identifying the skills and the capabilities that the people have, and can bring them in order to develop themselves. I also know that Oscar always knows to bring valid arguments. He are always asking purposeful questions, and I really think that he is helping people to move forward. The last thing that I want to notice about him is that he really knows how to separate the feelings from the facts, from the reality. And I think this makes him a great candidate for the 27th Board of Thank you.
First question from Naples, and after that Budapest.
Alessandro from Naples. First of all, congratulations for you for running for this position. In your motivation, in your okay. Okay. In your motivation letter, you wrote that it's important to have efficient knowledge management tools. So my question is, what do you think that are the weaknesses of our current knowledge management tools, and how would you like to improve them? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. The thing is that the reason behind the knowledge management project is that we don't really have advanced knowledge management tools. Okay, we have the wiki, we have some documents, document archive, but the wiki has grown quite large. The document archive is quite big, and by this point, it's really hard to find anything. So this is one of the most important things. Now we have that knowledge, we actually have to find it again. Does this answer your question?
Budapest, and afterwards, Javi.
Christoph from Budapest. Congratulations. First, my question would be like, how do you see that changing the structure, like internal structure of BEST, would arise the international involvement of people?
Thank you for your question. The idea behind the project-based approach was to split the international teams into smaller pieces, so that people actually are able to choose more specifically what they want to work on. Like, for example, if you had all these IT-related topics in ITC, now you would be, with this new approach, you would be able to outsource some of the topics, so that instead you can work on, let's say, gamification of PA or visualization of the data on PA or public website and so forth. So this means that people can act, it's much easier for people to find something they are interested in and just apply for the team and get in and contribute to BEST.
Javi, and afterwards, Echo.
Hello, I'm Javi from the aGAinBucharest. First of all, congratulations for running. So during this whole event, we have been talking quite a lot about services, and you also mentioned that there is no reason to have internal support just for the sake of it. So my question is, how would you align the internal support of the organization to our external services?
Okay. So the thing is that internal support should have some degree of reactivity. So basically, whenever you have whenever a new idea for a new service arrives, then we should also react accordingly to provide the proper tools for this service. So how I would align internal support to implement the external services better would be to actually check in which way our internal services and our internal structure is currently supporting services, and then find ways to better that support. Finding the weak spots and then improving them, but not for the sake of improvement, but actually to help services being implemented better.
Next question from Eka Urtu, and after that, Ruben.
Firstly, thank you and congrats for running. And my question is about IPF. As VP for internal support, you should coordinate IPF. So, do you think that this forum needs some changes in structure? And if yes, which kind of changes do you see?
But so far, I haven't noticed any significant issues with the structure. But probably at the point where I'm going to coordinate IPF, I'll probably not notice something because it's quite a big event, and it might be that it needs optimization. From my point of view as a participant, I haven't had the whole overview, so I couldn't see if there are some redundancies in the way it is implemented so far. But for sure, if I will find them, I will point them out.
Next question from the band, and afterwards, Viv.
Hey, Piotr from the band. Congrats for running. Okay, so the position that you're going for is supposedly the most confusing one because of its very, very broad focus. You will be dealing with training, but also with marketing for some reason, for instance, in internal events and so on. So my question for you is this. With this many areas of activity and this many people to handle, what is the quality that you consider in yourself, like predisposing you to be good for this position? Okay, and I would like you to give an example of when you use this quality.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think my best quality would be the fact that I'm able to focus on multiple things at a time. I got this skill because I'm working in a web development company and we have like 10 projects in parallel, so I really have to multitask and focus on each and every project in parallel, and the timing can be really short. What was the second part of the question?
That's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you.
Lviv, and afterwards IBC.
Hello, Ola from Lviv. I have a question. Lately, it was hard to find a host for internal events. And what are your suggestions on improving that fact?
Okay, thank you for the question. Yes, indeed, there have been some issues regarding finding internal hosts. My suggestion would be to send calls more in advance. I mean, that's one of the issues some LPGs decide not to run in the end. And also maybe communicating the size of the event more clearly. Like, for example, some LPGs do believe that internal events tend to be bigger than they are. Like, for example, public website sim, to which I attended, was a really, really super small event. I mean, it was like 10 people maybe who were sitting in a room all day and doing stuff. It's really, some people have this idea that internal events are super complicated or more complicated than they actually are.
Okay, thank you.
ITC, and afterwards Riga.
Joanna from ITC. So, in your letter, you mentioned the need of a long-term vision regarding our current IT structure. ITC already has put some support regarding this, but do you think we should push it more, and do you think this should be included as a goal in the next LTSP?
Yeah, thank you for the question. The reason why I said that we need a long-term strategic plan for ITC is that because of our current issues, the system is not sustainable anymore. It's harder and harder to manage it, and as such, we need to change something. And this change will take more than 1 year. And then obviously you will need a long-term plan in order to make that change happen. Regarding your question, it might be a goal, but it shouldn't be high up in the LTSP because it's very specific towards ITC on one hand, and on the other hand, we don't improve the IT system for the sake of improving it. We improve it for in order to have it serve our services better. So you would have it like improve the internal structure of, to serve the services better would be okay, but improve the IT systems in the LTSP I wouldn't put because it's too specific and not going to its purpose.
Next question from Riga, and afterwards Bratislava.
Hi, Greta from Riga. Could you please elaborate on your vision? How would you see the international HR team working and the platform?
Thank you. This sounds like a lot of pressure. So what I thought is, okay, we have this international HR mailing list, and it's somehow active. But the discussions are more on the sharing level, and that isn't really facilitated. So, and one of the outcomes of those discussions were that committees are too different from one another, so that nothing can be really done. But I believe that in companies, HR doesn't just happen. You don't have a HR person who's doing magic. There has to be some tools, some working methods, some processes which can be used in order to facilitate the involvement of the people inside of committees. So what I would do is, on one hand, facilitate the international HR mailing list, have the international HRs communicate better. On the other hand, actually start researching about how to do proper HR, not just based on experience, but based on facts and based on how really people do it in companies.
Next question from Bratislava, and after that, Trondheim.
Gabor from Bratislava. According to your CV, you're actually now employed. How do you see it now? Will you try to keep your job in case you will get it?
No, I will quit. Okay.
Some time, and afterwards, extra Danilo.
Hi, Victoria from Trondheim. I was just wondering if you think the amount of train shots are enough to be more or less.
Interesting question. Thank you for it. Well, on one hand, we have this issue that that we don't have enough hosts for for every internal event, and on the other hand, indeed, we should provide as much training as possible to the LPGs. So. So far, I feel that we could improve in that way, but it's tricky because since we have only one train shop per year, the most obvious solution would be to double it. But doubling is not feasible at all. So then you'd have to work on the timing. And also, it's not only about the number of train shops; it's also about the placement. Because if you place it in some time slot, then some LPGs could attend, some LPGs couldn't because of exams and other reasons like that. So it's really big question. It's really a complex question, but indeed we could cover this better, like have more develop more people via train shops and other such events. But for example, we also have we should also have joint local training, for example. That could also happen.
Budapest is a two finger.
Regarding the train shops, have you thought about moving them earlier to the summer, so maybe some RPGs can host better internal events there?
Thank you for the question. There was this discussion on regarding the train shops and Tigre Winter meeting. The thing is that the first part of summer is occupied by internal staff. We have for summer meeting, we have all these committee meetings, and then in that spot it's really hard to put train shops because you also have since you have Tigre summer meeting, a lot of trainers are there, and also there are quite some exams. So the way the train shops are put now, it is based on how many people would be able to attend them, and the train shops are put in such a way for one to serve the most LPGs at the start of their mandate. Like Piprat, for example, should be at the start of most people's presidential mandate. And also in order, as I said, for most people to attend. But it is a concern.
Extra Danilov, and afterwards Turin.
Hello, Extra Danilov. BEST is a huge organization with a huge amount of needs. BEST invests a lot of time and resources in internal events, and not only, in order to support the needs of the organization. What is your opinion on outsourcing things and tools that might end up getting implemented more faster and cheaper?
Thank you for the question. Cheaper, I don't think it's possible because we're doing it for free. So I mean, of course, we pay the logistical part like refund and such, but I don't think we can go cheaper than this. But faster, you mean like, for example, technical stuff we should outsource? Okay, so we could outsource the technical part, for example, or I mean, technically it's possible to outsource Shiban training, but that would not fit the needs of this organization. The tendency is if you have like a really big organization, you also have really specific needs. And those specific needs, you either have to pay like incredible amounts of money because people have to dedicate themselves only for your specific needs, or you can do them yourself. Because we don't have incredible amounts of money, I don't think that we can outsource the services. We do outsource, I mean, we try to be as externally minded as possible, but some things just are not feasible to be outsourced.
Turin?
Hello, Federico from Turin. During the next round of regional meetings, there will not be a financial support for LPGs hosting LPGs. Do you think that it will be a big problem, and do you have any solution to solve it?
Thank you for the question. As far as I remember, before the framework agreement, we also didn't have financial support. Okay, so and RMs happened in that time as well, and I don't think there were any issues back then. I was pretty young, so I don't know, but I don't think there will be serious problems regarding this.
So the 15 minutes allocated for this question and answer session has been up. So now I would like to get your opinion. Now I would like to ask first whether there are any more questions, because today was the last one. If not, then thank you very much, Oscar. We're moving on to the last position in the speeches, which is Vice President for Local Group Support. We have 3 candidates, and now Joe will make the decision of the order of the speeches. Meanwhile, I would like to invite Elena, Fergus, and Maren. So the order of the speeches will be first Fergus, then Maren, and then Elena. Fergus, whenever you start your speech, I will start the next time.
Hi, I'm Fergus Incoronato from LBG Naples, and I'm here, I'm current regional advisor of the Southwest region, and I'm here to ask your support while I'm running for the position of VP-LGS for the next board of BEST. I have been in your shoes, on the other side of the plenary, asking to myself the question, which candidate should I vote for? When it happened, I used to ask myself one simple question. Where do I see ourselves as an organization 1 year from now if I vote for this person? 1 year in the board is a long journey. In BEST, we like to talk about vision, mission, and values. So I would like to share with you my vision, my mission, and my values for the next year. My vision would be almost 100 LPGs, 11 regions, but only one BEST. I like to think that there is no international level and local level, and that there is just one big organization. But is this actually the situation right now? Is it actually like this? And most of all, are we actually supporting all of our groups in a balanced way? Yesterday, I tried to give you some food for thought during the OST session. I shared all the materials with you, the spreadsheets and the statistics on the mailing list of the event. If you have any questions, you can contact me later, of course. But back to the vision. How can we make this vision to come true? My mission for the next year would be leaving no LPG behind. Leaving no LPG behind because this year we're celebrating the 25th anniversary of BEST, but for me as a person which is running for the position of VP-LGS, this celebration has a bittersweet taste. Because right now in the plenary, there is one seat missing, which is the seat of LPG Eindhoven, which has left our organization despite being one of the founding members of BEST. This is very important for me because this is a failure. This is a failure because we have lost one university, a top one. We have lost diversity. We have lost students to offer our services to. And all in all, we are one step back into fulfilling our vision and mission. Also, this is very important for me because this affects all of us. Doesn't affect just one LPG, this affects all of us because today it's LPG Eindhoven, but tomorrow it could be our seat missing in the plenary, and I don't want this to happen. Have we done everything we can in order to prevent this from happening? Are we prepared in the future to prevent similar situation from happening? These are two of the questions that I would like to, other two questions that I would like to answer to this year. And also this is important for me because of the values of our organization. Fun, friendship, flexibility, learning, but most of all improvement. We strive to improve ourselves, but we should also strive to improve our organization and make it better and better every day. I would like to add, though, one value to this list, and that's transparency. Transparency and honesty, because if you're running for VPLGS, you're running to be the microphone for the LPGs, to make their voice heard for 1 year. And honesty and transparency are fundamental to build trust. And without trust, you can't do this. But also you need trust, because if you're running for VPLGS, you're running to coordinate one big team, which is the team of regional advisors, which is going to be there for you 1 year long, always to support you. And I can't wait to make this team as strong as ever. So once again, if you share my dreams, if you share my concerns, I would like to ask you once again for your support. Thank you. Okay, so I left some minutes for some fluffiness, because despite what's going to happen, I would like to thank all the LPGs in my region, because they filled my heart for 1 year. They made this year special, and I hope that I managed to have an impact on you as much as you have on me. Thank you.
For the second speech, I would like to invite Madam. Whenever you start, I will start to measure the time.
Dear LPGs, dear people watching on live stream, dear friends. Earlier today, I asked you to take a walk with me when you were reading my motivation letter. And I hope that you now know more about who I am, what brought me to where I am, and that you know more about my beliefs and my values, and the road that I'm taking to get here. I see now a lot of people here in front of me, and I know that all of you care about best. That's why you're here, isn't it? And I know that all of you want to support and make our organization stronger. And I believe that we are all in this together, all of the members of our organization. Therefore, I believe that it's important that we have a membership system that supports all of this, that supports all our members. The bigger groups that needs to get a little push to make something bigger happen, and the smaller LPGs that might need some more support. And I believe that the key to this support is nursing. And I've been lucky enough to be part and to be involved in the nursing of 3 LPGs recently. It was a huge experience for me, and it left me with so much in my heart. I saw how it motivated the LPGs, the nurses, and the nurse group, and I saw how they grew, how they improved. And I also saw the improvement points. And those I will bring with me. I will want more involvement from the VPLGS, but most importantly from the RX. And to do this, I believe that it's important to educate the regional advisors, for them to know what nursing means and how they can actually be involved. And I also believe that the RA have quite a lot of tasks. I've seen it during this year. And therefore, it's important with support. Support from the VPLGS, support from the rest of the team. I was very lucky. I had a team that supported me. I had a VPLGS that supported me, and therefore I was able to take challenges. In the start of my mandate, I was a quite fresh regional advisor. I had just become trainer, and I decided to take some challenges. I went to 3 training events. 2 of them were joint-work training sessions, joint-work training events, where I saw bigger LVGs come together, smaller LVGs coming together, and learning from training, but also sharing together and having fun together. And I saw how they can help each other and cooperate and get to new places. I also saw yesterday when we had the OSD, where I saw the passion in all of you and the great responsibility you also feel for best in order to improve. And I saw that you care about this topic, about training, about sharing, about cooperation. And I also saw that you care about regional meetings. And that is good. It's good that you care and that you want to improve them. And that's also something that I want to do. And now, all of you are here at the General Assembly, which is the biggest decision-making body of Bucharest. And you all have to prepare to be here, right? And you all, and this is what the RMs are supposed to do. But they also serve more purposes. They serve the purpose of cooperating, of learning, of sharing, and getting new places. And I believe that in order to do so, to get to these places, we need diversity. We need to step out of our comfort zone. We need to meet new people with new thoughts, with new beliefs. We did this earlier. We have changed the regional division before. People were happy afterwards because they learned a lot of new stuff. They got to see new points, and they used it to improve themselves. And I would like to see that happening also this year, together with all of you. I, Madam Elise Ruud from LVG Trondheim, stand now in front of you, asking you for your support to become the Vice President for Local Group Support in the 27th Board of Best. Thank you.
For the first speech, I would like to invite Elena.
Hello, everybody. I'm Elena, and I'm here today running for Vice President for Local Group Support of the 27th Board of Best. As a certain bigger coordinator said last year, it's hard to be the last one to make the speech, because all of us who are here today were here because we understand that changes are needed. And we want to be the ones who lead those changes, who drive those changes. That's why I would emphasize on what Argita said and ask all of you to actually come to us and talk to us after those speeches and to understand more about our vision. Because it's impossible to put all I want to say and to express all the feel and talk about motivation in those short 7 minutes. That's why I decided to focus more on why I'm here and what brought me here than to what are my plans for the future. The truth is, I'm here because I have a debt to pay. According to PA, I have met more than 800 people on Best event so far. And you can imagine the actual number is actually higher. Each and every person out of those 800 people that I met taught me something. Be it how to say cheers in different languages, or how to survive while being on the way. Be it some technical skills, or be it just sharing personal stories and personal experiences. I found myself learning about the world, about life, about West, and most importantly, about myself. Looking back, I cannot believe how much I changed through those 2 years and a half. And I owe that to those people who were always there to inspire me, who were always there to push me, to make a change and to challenge myself, to work for something that I thought impossible. Those people who taught me to dream, to work for those dreams, and to actually make them come true. It was like that through my whole way, through visiting my first regional meeting, being local body, being a marketing member, to eventually becoming our main organizer, and after that applying as a regional advisor. I would have never done that, all of that, if not for the people who were supporting me, if not for the people who didn't let me give up when I wanted to, because there were those moments. If not for the people who are always there to talk to me and to answer my questions. It's those people that I have the debt to, but it's impossible to pay back to them, because I cannot give them as much as they gave me. Through last year, when I was an regional advisor, when I was growing and developing with all of my team, I realized something. Our task was to help LBGs and to be there for the LBGs. So I was doing that. I was there for you. And I was talking with you, with some of you, unfortunately not all of you, trying to help you figure out issues, trying to help you improve. And at some point, I started feeling that I'm no longer a member just of one LBG. I felt a part of each group that I was interacting with. I was feeling your successes, your problems as my own. And it really made me happy to see you improve, to see you inspired, and to see you making best stronger. At that point, I realized that now I am one of those people that were inspiring me. And I can pay back to them, not to them, but to the organization that brought us together, by being a person who will inspire the next generation, that will make a change. I want to be a person that will inspire you to do great stuff and to discover yourself by pushing beyond your limits. Last year, I was also involved in a lot of projects. Membership, growth, structure. I had the chance of getting a new observer group in my region, to be one of the people who were introducing them in BEST, who were guiding them in their first steps. And of course, I was quite involved in the new regional division. Being part of all those projects made me realize the full scope of BEST, and made me realize how much the things that we do actually matter. So I decided that I want more of that. I want to take it to the next step and to be member of BEST, not a member of a team, not a member of an LBG or a committee, but a member of BEST, and to be here for all of you. I want to guide you, the next generation that will actually make the change, and I want to be an example for you. But in order for that to happen, I need you, all of you, to also believe in me as much as I believe in you, and to help me follow my dream, to help me work for this dream and the vision I have in BEST to become true. My name is Elena, and I'm standing here in front of you today asking you to be the Vice President for Local Group Support of the next part of BEST. Thank you.
First, I would like to give the word to aGAinBucharest.
I met Fergus several years ago. He had even blonde hair. Then I had the pleasure to work with Fergus during my last mandate as boarding in my local group. And every day Fergus was surprising us with how
awesome ideas, his working methods, and then he showed us what think out of the box means. That year, Fergus, it was just the beginning of your journey. Then you became regional advisor, and all the Southwest region will forever remember the never-ending help that you were providing us. According to your background, running for this position is the natural prosecution of your journey. Then, if we consider your working methods, your attitude, your ideas, and your passion, well, all of this make you the perfect candidate for this position. We love you, and we proudly support you.
Now I would like to give the words to LPG Trondheim.
Hi, my name is Victoria, and I'm from Trondheim. My first meeting with Best was actually a meeting with this girl. Maren took me and all the other newbies under her wings as HR in the board and introduced us to the penguin family, Trondheim, and she did a great job. This girl cares about all the people around her. One example was when one of our delegates got hurt during RM Helsinki, had to go to the hospital, and she booked her flights so she could stay and follow them all the way back to Norway. She cares about her entire LBG and all the people in it. And this year we had to share her with the rest of the region, and I was a little bit sad because she wasn't around in the LBG all the time, but it was for the greater good, it was for the region, and she also did a great job there. This girl, she cares about the individuals, she cares about the LBGs, the different regions, and the entire Best. So I just want to say thank you, Madam, on behalf of the LBG and the Nordic Kingdom, for being so awesome, for being so passionate about what you do, hardworking and caring. And there is no doubt, you have the full support of your penguin family. We believe you would be the perfect VP for local group support. We love you, and we are super proud of you. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Dear delegates, friends, I'm truly honored that I have the chance to stand here before you today and share with you a few words about the person who has guided me, motivated, and inspired me during my best journey. Eli is a hardworking person, leader, a coach, as described from Finta. A person who never gives up, and she's very easy to look up to. She's constantly developing herself, but what's more important than that, developing the people around her. Ellie is the type of person who always finds the right way, and if there is none, she creates it. More than anything, she's my friend. And if we look at that way, one of the most important things is human relationships and what remains after leaving an organization or an event. So I think those are all great qualities that would help her during her journey in Best, and I also want to say that we are very proud of you and we love you. Good luck.
First, I would like to ask the organizers to make sure that only one microphone is on, the one that either the delegates or the candidates are using. And the first question is from Viv, and after that, Koshisa.
Hello, I'm Alana from Lviv, and my question is, regarding your experience in your regions, you are very active, and are you sure that you have enough information from other regions, for example, from East Part? And this question is to Fergus and to Mary. Thank you.
since Fergus was starting the speeches, now Marian should answer first.
Hello. So, if I understood your question correctly, you were asking if I know enough about the other region, and especially Sparta? Okay. Thank you for your question. I feel like this year I've been active as regional advisor. I have not only tried to find out what is happening in the Nordic region, but also trying to find out how is it going with the rest of the LPGs, how are they working. And I cannot say that I've been actively taking part in Sparta's role, but I know that Elena has been doing a great job. And if I get elected, I'm looking forward to hear more about how it's been going and to set myself into the situation and hear learn more about it and help them.
Except for Southwest, for my, let's say, experience in BEST, my focus has always been, because of my travels, because of the events that I attended, on Southwest, and I got some knowledge also about Nordic region and Northeast Jamaica. I can't really say that I know a lot about the other regions, but this is why we have a regional advisors team. We are supposed to gather these informations. We are supposed to work together, and of course, whoever is going to be with the LGS can count on the knowledge transfer and the information gathered by the previous surveys.
Next question from Košice, and after that, Ben.
Peter, Košice. Congratulations, guys. It's awesome to see 3 radars standing in the plenary and running for LGS. My question is, VP for LGS coordinates the RA team. And what is your preferred leadership style? Either more the friendly way, or rather a bit more like authoritative and more performance and work oriented?
First, Elena should answer, then Fergus, then Mara.
Okay, thank you for the question. I can definitely say that my leadership style would be the more friendly one. I don't see myself as a person staying way above the others.
As a personal preference, I prefer the, friendly style, but one of the things that we develop in BEST are our leadership skills. We get to learn how to use different leadership styles according to the context. And I think this, the style that I would adopt would depend pretty much on the people that I would have to deal with. So on the next team of regional advisors.
Thank you for the question, Peter. I see myself as a person who cares about other people, and I think that I will use this quality also when it comes to the RA team and be there to inspire and motivate the way that I've been trying to do with my region and with my LPG. And I also believe that I am ready to take actions when it's needed and to be there for them, each and every one of them, where they need it.
The next question is from the Ben, and after that, Del.
First from the Bens. Congratulations for running. As a VP LGS is more than working with LPGs. It's also about strategies on the long term, because change takes a long time. As LGS, you're responsible for many areas. Membership, RMs, RAs, and nursing being the biggest ones. My question is, which of those 4 do you consider have the biggest need or the biggest potential for improvement, and how do you see it in 5 years from now?
Fergus should start.
My opinion, the biggest area of improvement is related to the support of the LPGs, and especially into the RA team. How they, because they're supposed to keep an overview on the LPGs of the regions, but having an overview of all the LPGs for 1 year is not enough. It is important both
to keep these informations for the next generations and being able to have some performance indicators that can help you to prevent problematic situations from happening in the future. So I see a big area of improvement in this field, especially with the support of technology and the support of ITC. For instance, this year, one tool has been developed, or the development has started at GS Tools, and I would really love to see the development of this tool to continue in the future and to be expanded to serve the next, not only me, but also the next generation of PPLGSs and arrays.
Hi, can you repeat the four?
So the four areas that I was mentioning are membership, regional advisors, regional meetings, and nursing. And the question was, which one has the biggest need or potential for improvement, and how do you see it in 5 years from now?
I believe that the membership system that we have now is partially working, but I believe also that it has great improvement. I now see that we have some issues on some of the different statuses, and that there are not enough coherency with what the different parts of the organization thinks about each of them. We are not thinking about it the same way. And I really hope that in 5 years, we have a membership system that supports all of the different LBGs that we have. Okay, I would prioritize the nursing and the improvement of RNs. Regarding how I see it in 5 years, I would like to have the needs of each and every LBG that needs nursing covered accordingly. And to do that, we need to strengthen best inside first before we accept new groups. I would like to see the nursing system actually covering the needs of all kinds of LBG that need nursing. And regarding currents, I want to improve the content and to make them fit better their purpose of preparing the delegates for exams.
The next question is from Delft, and after that, Bucharest.
Jonathan from Delft. I will direct this question very direct, since it comes from the Dutch side of our LG. How can we prevent situations like the one of Eindhoven in the future? So what about elaborating on how the match will be made between LBGs that need the help and the mentors? And how these are picked. This is because, well, our opinion, the tactics applied by Krakow to nurture winners for Eindhoven were not that successful because of culture. Thanks.
Thank you for the question. Yesterday, we had a session about nursing in the OSP. And I believe that we got to many good points. There are a lot of improvement points in the nursing now, as I see it. And we found out that it needs to be more people that have the continuous experience, so that it's not something that starts over straight away, but that we have the knowledge already, so that they start out with already knowing, and that we have the right bodies, the right people to support it, maybe even an international team to deal with this kind of membership and the nursing. I think that will help a lot, and I also think that it will help to keep the information about nursing more available, the nursing handbook and how to do this thing, and to also keep them updated.
Yeah, but could you elaborate on the matching precisely to that?
I know that it has been hard earlier because there is only a few LBGs that can be nurses, so it's hard to find the right one. And you also don't want to spend too much time so that you end up to wait too long to get one. I think one thing that we have to focus on here is to be proactive. When we see that an LBG is starting to have issues, we need to already see it and see what we can do already from the early stage, and try to already then start to see if there are possible nurses and try to talk with them.
Elena first.
Okay. So yes, yesterday we were speaking about improving nursing, and I believe that's the key to it. But also, I believe that whatever membership system and nursing system and whatever structure we have, we cannot help a group if they don't want it, and we can make them help them realize they have problems. But if they don't want to improve and if they don't want us to help them, we cannot push it on them. And also, I believe that not all of the LPGs currently understand what being nursed and being a nurse means and what it takes. So I would like to improve that and to make the image of nursing better, to make LPGs understand what it really means. Does it answer the question?
Thank you, Jonathan, for the question. I think this is a double-sided issue. Of course, it's a matter of water quality in nursing, and from this point of view, we are already working on it. For instance, one of the outcomes of the membership team. By the way, on my CV, I forgot to add my participation to the event, just so you know. One of the outcomes of the membership team was the development of the concept of the membership team, which is going to support the regional advisors and nurses in the nursing process. And this is one field, so we are really working on that. But, as I mentioned before, during my answer to Hertz's question, we should really work to prevent situations like that from happening, because the situation of Eindhoven doesn't start now, doesn't start 1 year ago, doesn't start 2 years ago. There might be signs that lead to think that an LPG might be facing in the future like problematic situations. How can we do that? By developing performance indicators and working a lot on prevention rather than on facing the problem on spot, because when the problem is there, it's already too late sometimes.
Next question is from Bucharest, and after that, Vicenta.
Hello, I'm from Bucharest. Congratulations on your speeches, and all the work you did this year. My question is for Fergus. This is, by the way, food for thought for everybody. I see that we must be realistic about the HR situations in a lot of LPGs that don't have so many people, so many members. I wanted to ask you, because you said in your motivation letter about empowered minority. Do you think that all the LPGs care about the fact that they want internationally involved people? And do you think that this is a priority for the Vice President of Local Best Support?
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, not at all. I mean, LPGs are very different. They have different priorities, and this diversity is an opportunity. It's not a limit. But what I mean with those words is that there is a huge gap, and in some circumstances, not all of them, so it depends on each case, this gap could be limited. Now, like, the reasons because I raised that issue is not that I strive to have all LPGs internationally involved in the same way, but there might be cases in which there is potential for international involvement. Are we communicating in the proper way to ensure that all the members of the LPGs of our organization are aware of these opportunities? Have I answered you?
Yes.
So, I mean, just to recap, it's not a priority for all LPGs, I'm aware of that, but there might be cases in which there is a space for improvement.
Okay, thank you.
Next question is from Vicenta, and after that, Bruna.
congratulations, guys, not only for running, but also because of the awesome speeches you have just done here. During this year, you have been working on your regions, and you have faced during this year, you have been working on your regions, and you have faced many of the different problems and difficulties that we find in our nursing system. If you could say now, if you ever have any idea, how could you improve the system?
Elena first. Okay, so yes, indeed, the only nursing process I was involved to was Spartas, but I was also observing the others, and as you know, 1 p.m. I had interviews and talks with LPGs under nursing. A general problem that I noticed is actually the different way that the nurse and the nursed LPG do the things, like their structure and their how they're structured and how they work is different, and it's not always you can implement what the nurse is doing to the nurse group. So maybe I think that the membership team could also somehow help there, and if they notice something like that, maybe they would point out a better nurse for them, or maybe they would help the nurse realize that it's not going to work this way. And also another thing is the communication, because sometimes they're far away, it's not possible for them to meet in events. And in my opinion, there should be a better facilitation to this communication.
Thank you, Vicente, for the question. In my opinion, well, there are at least two issues. The first one is a lack of preparation of the nursing group. Maybe in some cases there is a lack of knowledge on how to perform the job, and which are a lack of expectation settings between the two parts involved. Maybe the expectations are very different from what actually is being provided by the nurse and what the group under nursing expects. Another field for improvement, in my opinion, is that at the moment we put the nursing group in a conflict of interest, because the nursing group supports the LPG. At the same time, then it's supposed to evaluate the whole process. So maybe we should externalize this this part, the evaluation of the process, and give it to somebody else. The first thing that comes to my mind, this could be done by the membership. But this is just a wild idea, and of course it needs more evaluation.
Thank you, Vicente, for the question. From my experience now, 1 year as regional advisor, it took me some time, but when I got to know how the LPGs work, it was a lot easier for me to help them, to give them the support and advices that they needed. So I think this is important, as also Fergus mentioned, the expectations in the start, and also to really get to know each other, how each other's LPGs work, in order to give the right advices. Not only the advices about how they do it, their nurse themselves, but how the nurse group can do it. Another thing that I think can be useful is to use the doctors' mailing list more, in order to also have old doctors there and new doctors there, so we have the knowledge there. And also, as I mentioned earlier, to have the information, the nurse handbook, and which LPGs has which nurses more available for everyone, so everyone has this knowledge. And maybe even this international team for membership. Be very good.
Next question, since Bruno was cut, is Brussels ULB, and after that, Tigro.
Hello. Friday from Brussels ULB. I really like the question that was asked to the president's candidates, and I'm going to ask it back to you. So the three of you are regional advisors, and you basically have a similar background. Can you give us an argument to convince us to vote to the other candidates? Thank you.
Fergus should start now.
Well, speaking of Elena, I mean, she's a good multitasker, I think, and she can do a lot of things at the same time.
Speaking of Maren, like the contact with the LPGs and the passion that she puts into developing the identity of a region.
Thank you, Fabi, for asking this question. It's something that I really want to answer because I'm standing here having two really good candidates running against me, which I'm very happy about. And I worked with them now for a whole year. It's been a true pleasure. For Fergus, I can say that he always takes a lot of initiatives, and he's have a long experience in that, so he knows what he's talking about. For Elena, I can say that she has a lot of ideas, and she always makes sure to follow them up. She follows through on her projects and makes changes. Okay, it's hard to put it in such short time actually, because we were working together the whole year, and I really like my team. So for Fergus, I can say that he has a really structured way of working, and also he has those wild ideas and new ideas. For example, those t-shirts, they were his ideas. So he has maybe a different look on the things and a different angle to look at the things. And for Maren, it's her attitude and how she communicates with people. She's really fast to make friends with them. She also managed to make me happy, so it's something. And yeah, it's the way how she communicates with people and how she influences them.
The next question is from Tigro, and after that, extra Emre.
Kathleen from Tigro, do you have any plans on how to improve the creation of training content on our end? And the question to all of you.
Thank you, Kathleen, for the question. What I would like to see is the LBGs giving input about what training topics they want. It's already happening to some extent. The RAs are asking them what they want to do, what they want to learn more about. I think it's important to also communicate early with the Tigro coordinator and make sure that all the RAs have the sufficient knowledge about what the different training topics are actually about, and also know which training can help which LBG, or in which areas which training help. Okay. Thank you for the question. I would also say that it's really, really important to have the trainers for the events on time and to have the proper communication with them. I had this, my first regional meeting. The communication with trainers was awesome. I already knew what are the problems of my region, so I knew what topics they need, and I also gathered the input from them. So I had the topics there, but it's not just having the topic, it's about talking and discussing with the trainers what is the actual need and what they actually need to make people learn during the session. And I found out for the last regional meetings that it's really, really hard and almost impossible to do that if you don't have the trainers on time.
Thank you, Kathleen, for the question. Well, I would answer with 2 words. Needs assessment. Basically, in order to provide meaningful content for the RMs, you need to know the needs of the LPGs to which you're addressing those training sessions. So I would work on giving the regional analysis team competencies on how to assess the needs of the LPGs in order to provide more meaningful content for the RMs. Also, at the same time, sometimes the bottleneck is the availability of trainers, and this varies a lot from region to region. And this should be definitely a topic, in my opinion, that should be investigated further.
Okay, so I'm sadly seeing that many people in the first row basically are sleeping, and I consider this a very important topic. So I propose that we have a wake-up game, and then we continue with the questions. So there was a very enthusiastic LPG who was complaining that their wake-up game was not taken. So I would like to invite LPG Stockholm to do the wake-up game for us.
Alright, I'm one of the tired ones, so I'm really gonna embarrass myself and really go for it with emotion. Stand up. This is a game called aGAinBucharest, and it's like a tribal shout. So all you need to do is do exactly like me. Ready?
We are ready.
aGAinBucharest. aGAinBucharest kitabunga. Amasa, amasa, amasa. Amasa, amasa, amasa. Amasa, amasa, amasa. Amasa, amasa, amasa. Away, 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 away. Away, away, away. aGAinBucharest kitabunga. Amasa, amasa, amasa. Amasa, amasa, amasa. Amasa, amasa, amasa. Amasa, amasa, amasa. Away, 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 away. aGAinBucharest kitabunga. Amasa, masa, masa. Amasa, masa, masa. Amasa, masa, masa. Amasa, masa, masa. Away, 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 away. aGAinBucharest kitabunga. Amasa, masa, masa. Amasa, masa, masa. Away, away, away. aGAinBucharest kitabunga. Amasa, masa, masa. Amasa, masa, masa. Amasa, masa, masa.